Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting of the House Study Committee for the Funding of Next Generation 911 to order. I thank everybody for coming this morning. I'm going to be brief in my introduction. We are here this morning to talk about just that, the funding of the Next Generation 911. There's some discussions going around and about with the other chamber that involves some other things, but we are created by House resolution that passed the House, and we will stick to just what that resolution said, and that's the next funding of the next generation of 911. This morning, I want to welcome the two members of our committee that were able to join us. I think Representative McDonald will be joining us online. Representative Williamson is on a mission for the state out of the country right now, so we're going to be missing him this morning, but he'll catch up with us. To welcome us, I would like to call on Sheriff Hancock to come forward. Did they give you a warning, sir, or are you okay? All right, I didn't want to. Yes, sir. Well, welcome. Yeah, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but we're glad to have you to welcome us this morning.
Well, glad
Please.
to be here, and thank y'all for those of you that have traveled from other states to be here. Thank you for those that traveled from North Georgia and fought the traffic. I woke up this morning to the alert on the interstate being closed and thought, uh-oh, somebody's going to have problems getting here. But you know, the 911 center is very important to us. The next gen system is even more important in that factor. 911 is something that a lot of people do not think about till the accident happens, till the house catches on fire, or even maybe to the officer when the officer's down situation. If we can go next gen in the state of Georgia, then we become compatible with everything else. It's like when we introduced the P25 system in radios. You couldn't put a Harris radio on a Motorola system. You couldn't put a Kenwood, but now we can do all that, so it's less expensive for those of us in rural Georgia that operate off of a small budget. We look to see resiliency coming if we can enhance the 911 system to a next gen. Situation awareness is automatic to those people. We can feed video, we can feed other things back into the 911 center that can help officers, that can help firemen, that can help EMTs as they go, and that helps the public knowing where they're at. It will help us with call overload. A lot of our small agencies don't have the ability, once calls start coming in for a natural disaster or horrific wreck or something, to be able to handle that overload. But all this does. And we know it's important to you, the directors, by the number of you that have shown up here today. And as chairman of the JICA board and that JICA staff that work for you each and every day to make this happen, and the funding, we want it to go smooth. We want it to happen. And we can't thank you, the legislatures, enough for looking at this task force and you coming out of your comfort zone and your homes to come and travel and hear what the people really say about Next Gen 911. So thank you. Thank all of you that have showed up. Those directors from out of state, thank you for being here. And we look forward to a great morning and information that you can pass on and gain to help these people understand and realize why we need the funding for Next Gen 911. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you for all you do in the men and women that work in your department. I guess I failed to introduce myself. I'm Chuck Martin. I'm the chair of our Next Generation Study Committee, and to my left is Chairman Beth Camp. To the left up here, and to my right is Chairman Clint Crow on the panel, as well as the aforementioned Representative McDonald and Williamson. I think they may have had to depart, but I also wanted to thank Representative Bethany Ballard and Chairman Shaw Blackman for being here earlier this morning. They both had a study committee up in Winder. The House is busy over the state this summer, working on some things, getting legislation ready for next session. So I thank both of them. They do a great job representing the area down here. We'll move on in the agenda, and I met this fine lady from Alabama, and it's hard for me to say fine and Alabama in the same sentence after our game Saturday night in Athens. But no, we do appreciate our friends from Alabama, and that's always good to see those two colleges meet. We're still looking for a better turnout. But Leah, if you would come forward, and I met you, and I'm going to, is it tell me your last name. So I don't know if is it Dean or Dine?
Missildine.
Muscledine. I
I've
didn't
been
know if
called
we were.
Muscadine, Missildine,
I didn't know
everything
if
in
we were
between.
going to
So.
be a Missledine or Missledine. So Leah Missledine, she is with the Alabama 911 board, and she has a great deal of information she's going to share with us to help us in preparation for our next legislative session. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm going to go ahead and set the record straight so that there are no tomatoes thrown while we're in here. I'm a War Eagle. I graduated twice from Auburn University, so I go for the other team from the fine state of Alabama. So anyway, I just want to clear the air there. So I was rooting for y'all on Saturday. So first of all, I want to thank you very much for being invited here today. I get to see some familiar faces in the audience, which is really cool to be able to be here today and share with you all sort of Alabama's journey for Next Generation 911. And the one thing that I want to challenge you all in this room, Sheriff Hancock, you said if we get to go Next Gen 911, change that when you go Next Generation 911. So that's just my challenge that I would issue to each of you. As I said, I've been in 911, and I started as a dispatcher in the city of Auburn. So I was working retail in a department store called Gaffer's. And the mall police officer working security came around and he said, "Hey, you have a voice for radio." I was making the closing store announcements. And he said, "You have a voice for radio." And I thought, I don't know what that means, but okay. Anyway, he told me about a tuition reimbursement program for the police department where I could interview to be a dispatcher, and they would pay for my college tuition if I kept a certain GPA and worked a certain number of hours. That was in 1998, and here I am still. 911 is a great career to be in, clearly, and otherwise I wouldn't still be here. But I will just say that I've worked everything from a part-time dispatch job all the way up to the executive director of the state 911 board. So to say I've seen a few things, just like you all have heard a few things, is the truth. So I have a lot to share with you all today, but I would very much be interested in what questions you have of us. So at any time, certainly interject, and we'll get going. So I just want to make a little bit of a distinction between Alabama and Georgia to start with. So while our states are not incredibly different in size, they are a bit different in demographic. So Alabama serves about 5 million people in residents for our state, while Georgia is at least twice that. We have 67 counties, while you guys have 100 more than that almost. So I just want to make that distinction. So especially when we're talking about funding and numbers, that does not necessarily mean it will cost Georgia double of what it costs Alabama. But just that, I just want you to keep that in the back of your mind as we talk through some of these things today. I also want to share that Alabama's Next Generation 911 journey began about 13 or 14 years ago. Maybe a little too on the cutting or bleeding edge, potentially. But that's how we've gotten to where we are today, is we started a long time ago. And when I say we, the state board didn't even exist at the time, so be mindful of that. I was in the seat in a local municipality, and Next Gen 911 was a concept of a board that was a predecessor board to my board now, and it was just a foundation that they began to build of, we want to go there, we want to be ready, largely based on the question of how are we going to fund 911 in the state of Alabama. So as far as historically speaking, my board was created by legislation that passed in 2012 and then took effect in 2013 to centralize the funding mechanism for the state of Alabama. At that point, we had 88 different districts. So we have districts which may be a county or a municipal district. And underneath those districts, you may have 1 up to 6 PSAPs within those districts. Those districts decide how those 911 centers operate. So that's not really a decision that's made at the state board level. Every one of them set their own rates at the time, a residential rate as well as a business rate, and collected locally from upwards of 150 to 200 carriers. So as you can imagine, as everything became more and more wireless or mobile or in movement, everyone got concerned about being able to collect enough funding to pay for 911. So that's really how our board was born. And it became the centralized mechanism for setting the fee, a statewide rate, all the way across, regardless of the service type, collecting it there, and then dispersing it out to the local districts. With that came initiatives of our board to advance 911 and to keep up with technology. We've had several iterations of governance changes in our statute, policy, et cetera, that we have become the certifying body of all the PSTs in the state. We are now mandated to do Next Generation 911, grant programs, advisory services, a number of just different things for the state and our 911 centers across there. So my good friend Pokey and colleague from North Carolina, whom you'll hear from shortly, they have a hashtag in North Carolina. And basically, I don't want to butcher it, but it's next is now in 911 in North Carolina. And I could not agree more. I get asked on a weekly basis, if not more often, how do you Next Gen 911? And I'm like, you start. So it's encouraging to see all the folks here interested in Next Generation 911. And okay, we'll put it on your email signature. I just looked at, okay, all right. I just checked it this week. I was like, what is that hashtag again? Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So I'm going to go ahead and launch into the discussion about the benefits of Next Generation 911, and I don't want to diminish anything about the benefits that are advertised about Next Generation 911. The sheriff already spoke to several of them as far as situational awareness, location enhancements, resiliency, efficiency. I don't want to diminish all of those, but I think we have heard that. We know that. I want to dig a little bit deeper about the benefits of Next Generation 911 in the state of Alabama. Very specifically, accessibility is a huge priority from my office, and I've had the honor, pleasure, whatever you want to call it, to really prioritize accessibility. And when I say accessibility, obviously that's access to 911 for those that we serve, but it's not just specific communities that we serve. It is for the field responders. It is for those that are making decisions. It is those that are budgeting. It is for those that obviously need help in 911. And it is for those communities that may not have access to 911. But very specifically, it's accessibility to 911, 911 data, 911 awareness, and being able to promote 911. What I'll tell you is when we have implemented Next Generation 911 in the state of Alabama, we have more visibility into what goes on in 911 and around 911 now, and that's certainly through the deployment that we've had. We have a disaster recovery system that sits basically alongside of our 911, our Next Gen 911 system, and it obviously adds to the redundancy and diversity. But we also know that not just 911 call delivery, but other 911 systems fail in the process. So we have one that sits alongside of our 911 system. We know that through the deployment of Next Generation 911, we've learned that we needed an option for local districts to have a less expensive option for call handling solution. So that helped us make the decision to have a hosted call handling solution available in the state, so that it's a less expensive opportunity for them to have the same systems their neighbor may have, even if they're not funded like their neighbor has, and they have the same functionality and the same features. We have, through our deployment, learned where 911 does not work or how it's not working in certain situations. We've made decisions like deploying Starlink as an additional path of connectivity for our 911 centers. And I mean, Georgia is not unlike Alabama, is rural in a lot of places. I tell everybody all of Alabama is rural. Even if you live in Birmingham, it's still, all of Alabama is rural. Also, we've learned through our Next Gen deployment, like language translation is an issue. And Traditionally, we've used third-party translation services that are having staffing issues just like we are in our industry. So we know that we have to find other options, other solutions to create that accessibility to 911. Basically, what we've done at the Alabama 911 Board is if we could push the cost up to the state board level and lift it off of our local 911 districts, that is what we've chosen to do. We have wanted to level the playing field so that it doesn't matter if you're in the most rural, underfunded jurisdiction in the state of Alabama or Madison County, Huntsville, where NASA is located. Regardless of your funding, it's a level playing field. The tool set is the same. If you're driving from on 85 from the north to the south end of the state, we want you to receive the same service regardless of what your emergency is. Something else that a Next Gen 911 deployment has told us is that we could only guess sort of what our call volume was and on self-reporting 10 years ago. I know everybody hates to hear this, but if somebody gives you a survey to inquire about 911, please fill it out. Please fill it out to the best of your knowledge, because that is how we make informed decisions. But we could only guess about what our call volumes were. And what we know now in the last 5 years, we know what our call volume is. And we know in the last 5 years, our call volume is diminishing. Ever since COVID, our call volume has gone down and down and down and down. That doesn't mean that the public's need for public safety has diminished. It just means our call volume has gone down. Another thing that I want to talk about very specifically, and it's kind of, it'll touch on maybe a couple of things that get said by North Carolina here in a little bit, but some very specific advantages of Next Generation 911. In Alabama, we have the Alabama Next Generation Emergency Network, ANGEN is what we call it. So some very specific advantages of ANGEN. So Hurricane Michael in 2018 and Hurricane Sally in 2020. I had the opportunity to give a presentation a couple of weeks ago, and we have a time-lapse video of when Sally came on shore. We have a feed from the National Weather Service. We have the pins drop with the 911 calls, and we get to see that over a progression of time. And I was trying to show the difference between 2 years prior and 2020. And I didn't have anything to show for 2018. It was just a black box. We don't know. We do not know how many people dialed 911. We don't know how many people didn't reach 911. We don't know where those calls went. We have no idea. We have no awareness of what happened. We know that a lot of PSCs in the state were using Facebook Messenger to get information back and forth across the Panhandle border between Alabama and Florida to get folks help in the event of a hurricane. And a hurricane is not something that happens fast anymore. You know about it days in advance. And now we can say, we can watch, we can know what calls are happening, what's happening to them, where they deliver to. We have a lot of mechanisms where if this 911 center is inundated or, God forbid, had to evacuate, we know where they go. We know where the people go, and we know where the calls go. And we have systems in place now to be able to track that and know that, hey, this 911 center had a 509% call volume increase compared to the week prior or the year prior of the same period in situations like that. That knowledge is power as far as decision making goes. Another thing that we've been able to do in the state of Alabama is we've been able to extend our network beyond just our primary 911 centers. And by that, I mean, we have extended it to our state trooper post. So we have 7 almost always staffed dispatch centers, and we've been able to extend our 911 network to them so that every time that we have to transfer that call, it doesn't go to a 7-digit number and lose all of its 911-ness. So they actually get the data that comes along with the original call. And that's very informative, especially for the person responding. Another thing that we've done is we've done some cross-border connectivity with states around us. We're surrounded on all 4 sides in the state of Alabama, and we long for the day where we are able to pass calls easily across all state lines. We know that emergencies don't stop at municipal borders, county borders, or state lines, and we need to be able to interoperate that way. I'll speak very specifically about the support of in Hurricane Helene, which I think is probably apropos that we're here, and we just together and just celebrated that anniversary. I say celebrated, but recognized that anniversary. But just in what we were able to do a year ago this past weekend with just the little bit of help that we were able to offer the state of Georgia, we were poised and ready and able to provide some equipment that helped certain 911 centers get back up and running within 24 to 48 hours and sustain their call taking capability, because if you can't take calls, what are you doing? Another thing is, like with North Carolina, they're advanced and well far ahead. Technologically, we had nothing to offer the state of North Carolina. However, we were able to send a team to support them administratively and with personnel in the weeks to come. And that was not without help of people in this very room, and maybe, being creative about some of our policies and things. But this, no, I hear about it often. It's like, I want to go back there. Yes, absolutely. And I'll talk a little bit later, but Next Gen 911 is not just technology. It is truly consensus building and relationship building. It's you learn a lot of things and you get to know a lot of people through the process. I don't know if any of you were aware of the outage of 911 that impacted Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama last week. So I get a message and it's like, hey, y'all got a 911 outage? I'm driving down the interstate coming back from a PSAP meeting. I'm like, no. Are you sure? Yeah. Are you real sure? Well, yeah, I believe so. I mean, yes, we have mechanisms in place, notifications. And anyway, fast forward, there was an emergency alert message sent out by parties that have yet to be identified that there were 911 outages that impacted the states of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. The neat part about it is I could confidently say that is not correct. Alabama is not experiencing any 911 outage. Other states were, but we weren't. And that's something we would not have known before. Also, we do a lot of planning for special events, whether they're planned or unplanned, significant or special events. And like severe weather outbreaks, which you don't often know of, but apparently in Alabama and in the South, we've just become prone to a lot of tornadoes and tornadic activity over a full day or a couple of days. We have a fair number of music festivals, NASCAR races, SEC football games, things like that Next Gen 911, we're able to geofence areas and keep that event basically contained within its, a little bit of controlled chaos perhaps. But those are, like I said, those are some of the things that we have been able to do in the state of Alabama. And Next Generation 911 has then extended into not just call delivery and the ability to share that information. It's beyond that. It's interoperability. It's the ability to know what's going on and how best to help in most every situation. Another thing that I'll tell you is we've had a pretty big push in the last 5 years for Next Generation 911 GIS in our state. We have made a pretty significant investment in that, and we are learning that as we near the end of this calendar year, we will have a fully remediated GIS data set in the state of Alabama to the NENA GIS data model standard, and that is something that is desired by the Department of Revenue, Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, utility companies, telecommunication service providers. We are to the point where we want everyone to use that database. Is your pizza getting to you important? Mm-hmm. Is your package getting to you important? Mm-hmm. Is the ambulance getting to you important? Mm-hmm. Those are the things that we're driving towards, and I will just say that Next Generation 911 has paved the way for us to be able to then add on and layer on programs just beyond call delivery and in support of, the traditional thing that you think of as far as answering 911 calls. Another thing that I want to talk about is, and this may be a bit of a taboo topic for some, but I can't go through this conversation without bringing it up, but I want to talk about consolidation. In the state of Alabama, we have had no legislative push for consolidation. What I will tell you is that through the building of this network and having the technology in place, we have organically begun to consolidate PSAPs in the state of Alabama. So with that said, we've gone from about 120 to almost 103, 104 currently 911 centers in the last 4 to 5 years. And what I will tell you is, after some of your first steps of next generation 911 deployment, you are then informed with data that helps you make good decisions towards consolidation. Unfortunately, 911 is more and more expensive every day. It is more and more expensive. We at the state board office in the state of Alabama, we're going to have to do business differently for 911 because it costs a lot. Our local governments are going to have to do business differently. It costs a lot. And those are some of the things that we have really good data now that help us make those policies and those decisions moving forward. We know that, and this is something we did not know before, but I mapped it over the last 3 years, but 10 of our 911 centers, our 10 busiest 911 centers, handle over 50% of the 911 calls in the state of Alabama. And that's just something that we didn't know previously. So, and I'll touch back before I leave the topic of advantages of the next gen 911 on the relationship building. I wouldn't be in this room today. I wouldn't have been asked to be here if we hadn't built these relationships along the way. And I look forward to the day that we don't have to send people to North Carolina. We don't have to send equipment to Georgia. We don't have to send that. We sit right here, well, right there to our west in our home state, in our creature comforts, in a safe environment, and we handle 911 in partnership with our neighbors versus sending resources there. Pokey, can I get a name in? Can I get a name in? There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. So I want to talk a little bit about our journey to Next Gen 911 and how it came about, because I've already clued you all in that keep me honest on my time, okay? So, okay. Alabama started its Next Gen journey, like I said, 13, 14 years ago, before the state board even existed. And leading up to 2019, our efforts towards Next Gen 911 were completely voluntary, 100% voluntary participation from our 911 districts. And that is something that I'm very, very proud of our staff being able to get every 911 center in the state of Alabama to sign on to our Next Gen 911 efforts prior to it being legislatively mandated. Now, it was legislatively mandated for us to, you shall, Next Gen 911 in 2019. So we are on our second iteration of Next Generation 911. We've had Engine 1.0 and we've had Engine 2.0. Engine 1.0, like I said, was a little bit maybe on the bleeding edge, cutting edge of things. And it was not a failure. It was also not expensive. What it did accomplish was a wireless aggregation project. So we got all of our wireless carriers in the state of Alabama to deliver their calls in 2 different data centers in the state of Alabama. So it was successful in that right, but it didn't do anything else that we thought we had hoped it would do. Fast forward, 10 or 11 years from then, we now have network connectivity to every 911 center. We have 911 call delivery for every 911 center. We have text for 911 to every 911 center. They do have a choice whether they just want to receive SMS, like text only, or they have the option of doing videos and photographs. So it's their choice as far as operationally, but we do offer both platforms for our 911 centers. We do have a statewide deployment of an additional data repository. So all the additional data points that come along maybe with a voice call, the crash data, the personal health data, the alarm notifications. We have that in every 911 center. So if there is another notification of sorts that may accompany the 911 voice call or text, we do have that available to every 911 center in the state of Alabama. We have a notification system that's available to us and decision makers and leadership and management within local and state government, so that we have an awareness of, is there a 911 outage, is there not? I was sitting at my desk Friday, got a text that Clay County 911 had abandoned their PSAP, and I thought, wonder what's happening there. An 18-wheeler had come through. It was too tall. It snatched all of the utility services off the building. They thought the communications tower had fallen on their building. Thankfully, it wasn't that. But those are the things that we've been able to provide. We monitor for cybersecurity. I will tell you, I wish we had the funding to really have a much more robust cybersecurity initiative, because we have made an investment in the state of Alabama that we very much want to protect. But at this point, it's network monitoring and an educational campaign for cybersecurity. We have annual cyber wars with our PSAPs. We bring them in, raise awareness, those sorts of things. One thing that I've already mentioned it, but our GIS data services, we don't have another state agency to partner with really in the state of Alabama that has the resources to do GIS for Next Generation 911. So we have taken on the responsibility and the cost to remediate our data statewide as far as GIS goes. And that began with, one, having PSAP boundaries with no gaps or overlaps, and that was ahead of our the FCC's requirement on carriers for location-based routing. So in 2023, we completed our geospatial call routing project in the state of Alabama. What that afforded us was a 40% decrease in primary PSAP to primary PSAP transfers. So what that means is that person didn't reach the wrong 911 center, then have to be transferred to the right 911 center and tell their story again. And when they say seconds saves lives and property, that is very valuable, that we had a 40% decrease with that. We have analytics that are available to us. We used to have 911 centers that couldn't fill out those surveys that we sent out because they had no idea what their call volume was. They had no idea how many came in over their admin lines versus 911 lines, or how much were wireless versus non-wireless. So we now offer analytics for the PSAP. We offer analytics at the network level, and then we now offer analytics at the edge. And when I say the edge, that's beyond the call being answered. So we have some awareness of where those calls are going. Do they leave our network? What happens to them? Those sorts of things. And that might inform where we build our network to next. I've mentioned language translation services. We have a learning management platform. We deliver training in person and on-demand virtual training for all of our PSDs in the state. We do hundreds of hours worth of training. We know that folks are understaffed and can't always get out of the 911 center, but we still offer that to see if we can get to the most important resource, those sitting in the seat. We also, and this was a choice by my board, by our staff, and a recommendation because we had the funding at the time, we have chosen to do legacy cost reimbursements. There was a promise made to our stakeholder group years ago, again, before our board existed, that those costs from the telecommunication service provider, your phone bills will go away. They did not. In a transitional deployment, they're not going to go away. You will pay in both worlds. You just will. And so we have been able to push that cost for the most part up to the state board. Some carriers have been willing to work with us and direct bill the board, and that has created considerable savings for that budget as a whole. We had one carrier that if they could direct bill us versus the 32 districts that they were billing, they were like, you'll save 90% if we can direct bill you. And I thought, administratively, that takes a load off our office and saves us 90%. So that's what we did. Now, that's not every carrier, but we have gone from about $3 million a year in legacy cost reimbursements to right at $1 million. So we have seen it reduced to about a third. With, not to get way off into the weeds, but with the FCC valid request, we anticipate we'll be able to sunset that program in the next year or so. There's a lot of there's a lot of rulemaking and conversations at play there, so I can't read the future, but we're hoping to completely sunset that because essentially our core services provider and EZNet providers or system service providers are now providing those services that used to be provided by the telcos that provided 911. So that's one thing that you all will have to negotiate and navigate. All right. I want to get into the meat of why we're here today, the money. So last Friday, I told Pokey this whenever we got in here. I said, whew, you challenged us. She currently serves as the president of the National Association of State 911 Administrators. And there's a void of data nationwide about 911, and we are trying so hard to tell a good story, an accurate story about data. And unfortunately, the office that used to do that on 911's behalf lost its authorization recently. And so we as an association are trying very hard to be able to tell the story of funding for 911. And we have a touch base. It used to be once a month, but now it feels like it's twice a month or more often. A virtual meeting of the me's and pokies and of the United States, and the effort is to figure out how much has been spent on Next Generation 911, how much is being spent, how much maybe will be spent, because across the nation we are in all varying stages of implementation and deployment. So, like I said, Alabama's been at this for a while, and what I will tell you is from fiscal year 2013, and I checked my numbers last night sitting in the hotel because I thought, ours feels more expensive than what got shared on that call, but I think I need to dig a little deeper into some of those categories. But from fiscal year 2013 until day after tomorrow, which isn't closed out yet as far as this fiscal year, but over those 13 years, we've spent about $97.5 million on Next Gen 911. Okay. Well, in looking at that, in fiscal year 2013, we spent about $450,000 in that year. And I'll just remind you from what I said earlier, that was a wireless rehoming project where our wireless carriers aggregated to 2 data centers in the state. So wireless today, I don't know if you all know your numbers, but wireless calls today account for 93% of the 911 calls in the state of Alabama. We have very little other, and it's a lot. And you know, wireless calls and location accuracy, that comes with a headache all of its own. So while we spent a little under $500,000 in 2013, we are projected to spend about $20 million in 2025. So I will tell you, I'm going to break the last 13 years into 3 chunks. And the first one was that engine 1.0. And what we spent was about an average of 19 cents per person to get there. And in the next chunk, when we were really in the thick of implementation of engine 2.0, the build out to the 911 centers, the completion of the EZNet, the beginning to offer services like statewide text, we paid about $1.84 per person in those, on average, in those 4 years. What we've done now, as we've layered on GIS and all the other services, which technically speaking may not be core services and may not be EZNet, but all the other things that we've layered on, our board is spending right now an average of about $2.76 per person in the state of Alabama to offer what we offer. As far as we know, based on audits done by the Department of Examiners of Public Accounts in the state of Alabama of our local governments, Our board, our fund is funding about 90% of 911 in the state. So we do have a provision in our law that does not allow local governments to set their own surcharge. They can collect funding. They have municipalities that will fund their operations, or county funding, or tower leases, or they rent rooms to EMA. Like any number of funding opportunities are allowable, but no one else in the state of Alabama besides the State 911 Board can set a surcharge and collect for 911. So we don't have great numbers from 2013, but we know that local funding played a lot bigger role than it does now in 911. And I won't tell you that's necessarily a bad thing. We're just getting to the point where if the 911 fund for the state of Alabama, administered by the State 911 Board, is funding 90% of 911 in the state, we are going to get to the point where we have to do business differently. We may not be able to offer every service that a local 911 center wants statewide, and they are going to have to do business differently. So on average, and I did this because I was like, is this right? I checked my math, but on average, we've spent about $7.5 million a year over the last 13 years, which is about $1.50 per Alabama resident over the last 13 years to get us to where we are today. Obviously, we started way low and have gone to about $20 million. I mean, it's like a 4,000% increase over that 13-year period. But just to break that down in average numbers, that gives you an idea of what our spending has been. I want to pause there. I saw a lot of notes being taken at that point, and I just want to pause and see if there are any questions that you guys have very specifically about the overall spending. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today and giving this wonderful presentation.
Sure.
I have been writing a lot of numbers down, and I was just curious, you spoke that right now you guys, your state board spending annually $2.76 per person. Is that accurate?
On 911 as a whole.
Okay, so when you're saying 911 as a whole, does that include personnel, or does that only include the mechanics of how 911 works?
We can't answer that question. It is a mix. We do not know for sure. So when I say that we rely on data collected by another state agency, those audits, they collect data, and those are some of the components that are missing. If 911 funds are being used to pay for personnel, it is in the audit. If local funding, like a municipal budget or something else, are being used to pay for personnel, it is not in the budget. I will say that Alabama has a pretty liberal use of allowable uses for 911, and it does allow for brick and mortar. It does allow for personnel. It does allow for all of that, but some do, some don't. So I wish I had better numbers on that. We actually are trying to improve the data capture there by the agency that provides those audit reports for us, but it is good data, but it is not across the board. It's always included or not included for personnel.
Mr. Chairman, would you allow me one more question? All right, so you're spending right now, you said $20 million annually is what your state board is.
Yes.
How much of that is appropriated funds from your General Assembly, and how much of that is collection fees from the users?
We have zero appropriation from our legislature. So we have no general fund money whatsoever. The only funding that my board has is surcharge collections.
Okay, all right.
So
thank you.
That is one thing that we get a lot of questions about, like, why is your fee so high? Is because we have no other avenue for funding currently. So our fee is $2.23 currently. In 2013, it was $1.60. When our board came into existence, we knew immediately we weren't even going to be able to make our districts whole. So we had to go to $1.75 within the first few months. So that did not go over well. And then 2018, we went to $1.86, and in 2024, we went to $2.23. Those last three increases are because we have a stipulation in our statute that says we will increase the rate to increase local government funding equal to the CPI. So we adjust for inflation every 5 years, and we are required to do so by statute. And so that's what we've done. That's why it went from $1.86 to $2.23. We had a 19.74% increase. That was hard too. But like I said, that's in our statute, so that is what we did. Yes, sir.
You saw it coming there.
Yeah.
So you charge that fee on exactly what devices?
Any
Because
device.
that's a question we're
Sure.
trying to get to,
Sure.
because there's some modality change.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to have some legislative update too, to consider those modality changes as well. But we have kind of two paths of collection, if you will, and this is not a technical term, but we divide them into prepaid and postpaid. So your subscription services, like my cell phone, that one that's in my bag and one that's in my pocket, your home phones, your business phones, all of that, any device capable of accessing 911, we charge that fee to. We do have a cap on, say, like campuses like this. We only charge up to a certain amount of number of lines, if you will, as far as what we would assess the fee to. We also charge it on point of sale transactions, like if you buy the device preloaded or you reload minutes on a device. That is collected by our Department of Revenue. They consider that a sales tax. I've said that wrong. I've said that completely wrong. Anyway, yes, thank you. But they collect that for us, and it makes up about 20% of our revenues every month. So we get about $2.5 million through the Department of Revenue for that prepaid, and everything else is we collect from the carriers ourselves, and that is for wireless, VoIP, PBX, non-wireless, landline, whatever else that we can assess a fee to as far as a type of service.
Two follow-ups for that.
Sure.
Is on the prepaid, if you will do that. So your Alabama Department of Revenue is just allocating what would be normal sales and use tax from the sale of that phone in the loaded minutes. So if you were to buy a phone with 100 minutes loaded and it cost $100 and you had a sales tax of 4%, you would get $4.
No,
Okay,
no, it's per transaction. It is per transaction, so it's $2.23 per transaction, regardless
so
if you load it with 1,000 minutes or 1 minute.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Is it just the normal? So they don't redirect their sales and use tax
No,
from this. They just
no.
do it at the point of sale, a different
Correct.
223.
Yeah, that's just the division that does it. They don't consider it sales tax. So.
Okay, understand that. And you guys, when you're talking about modality, you're thinking the same thing we are. There are ways to get to 911 on a watch now that you may not actually be charging for.
Right.
And
correct.
do you have any minimum charge for a residential unit? I mean, we've identified situations where, and there's a question of where it's getting billed to. And I guess in your area, it doesn't matter so much because you're centrally collecting this, right, and
Right.
distributing it, so it doesn't go
Right.
back to the locality.
Right.
But the question I have is, what if I were to move to Alabama and my phones are being billed to my company in Georgia?
Right. We don't see that money.
You don't see it, and you haven't figured out a way to capture those users, if you will,
No.
to use. Okay,
No,
fair enough.
we have not.
That's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something we all have to figure out.
Right, fair enough.
yeah.
We were just hoping y'all had done that for us.
No,
we'll move.
Pokey,
We'll
you're
let
up
you
next,
move.
yeah.
We'll let you move. Right.
Sure. Right.
Sure. Fair enough. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll just repeat that because you may not be picked up on it. What the young lady from North Carolina said is that it could be conversely the same thing. There could be people
Sure.
in Georgia being billed that live in Alabama, people in Alabama that could be in Georgia. So if you would, if we're going to interrupt your presentation a little further,
Sure.
Chairman Crowe has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Sure.
So y'all do centrally locate this, and I guess this funding goes to your board.
Yes, sir.
How do you distribute it to the local agencies or?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I
let's
wasn't-
stop
okay,
there.
I don't want to interrupt you.
I
but-
thought about saying something
Yeah.
else, but I don't know what it was, so
Okay,
we'll just stop there.
all right. All right, so what $2.23 brings in to us, very broadly, annually, is just shy of $160 million into the 911 fund. Our statute is very specific about how we utilize that funding. 1% comes off the top to fund the state board and its programs. 1%. So right now, we're utilizing about 0.94 for rent, salary, copier, office supplies, things like that. We have just shy of 84% of that fund goes directly as a pass-through out to our 911 districts. And to say that we have a distribution formula is a misnomer. We had data collected by the Department of Examiners of Public Accounts in 2012, and our district said this is the amount of funding we need to operate in the long term. As you can imagine, they answered that in a variety of ways. Some of them had an eye to the future, some of them did not. And we have based our funding, our distribution formula, off a baseline that they have been promised ever since. It has increased for inflation. We have other programs where they can seek reimbursements, grants, all of that to also enhance that funding or add to that funding. But that funding is set from what our locals said they needed over 10 years ago. And then the other remaining 15% is what we use to do all of the other programs, all of the certification, training, Next Gen 911, GIS, grants, everything else that we do, which is not a direct pass-through to our 911 districts, but it is services rendered to them or for them, tools for them.
Okay, and so that 1% that goes to the state board,
Yes, sir.
where does the money come from that you use to maintain the statewide network, the SENet, and is that part of that 1%?
No, sir. It would not come close. It would not come close to
I
covering
didn't
that
think
cost.
it would, because I know
It's-
earlier you said you 20 million per year for.
Right. It's the remaining 15%. So 1% comes to us, about 84% goes pass through, and then the remaining 15% or so is what we utilize to do all of those other programs, including the 911 network.
Okay, all right, and your distribution formula sounds somewhat complicated.
It sounds complicated, but quite frankly, it's just based on old data. And that is something we will need to tackle, but as you can imagine, our stakeholder group doesn't want to necessarily open that up because it's going to cause us all to do business differently.
Yep. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What else do you want to know? What else might be helpful at this point? I think I may have gone a little faster than I intended to through some of this, and I've got some other things that I could talk about, but I'd be most interested in what you want to know.
I guess since you brought it up, if I can, is you mentioned there was not a legislative, mandate or edict, for consolidation that happened organically.
Yes, sir.
I mean, every state's going to be different. Areas within every state are going to be different. And coming from local government, just laying the background for the question. I'm not trying to give to solicit an opinion one way or the other.
Sure.
But coming from local government, I mean, it's the buck stops here, right? If you're the sheriff and somebody calls 911 in your county, if that's a PSAC, a regional PSAC, they're going to call you. I'm just curious if you could give any what the thought process was about coming together, and how hard or was. Just tell us about the process. I mean,
Sure.
I can just see local folks that have had this for years, and all of a sudden, even it looks more efficient to do it, maybe better for people, but it's not right down the street. We even got into questions of when you're doing a dispatch, down the street on the left by the Dairy Queen. Well, if you're 4 counties away, you don't know where the Dairy Queen's at, right? You're just looking at a number in Main Street.
Right.
So, I mean, how did that go? It was just locally driven, and it was good for the folks. So that's, people just tightened up the belts and went with it.
So I this might be a lengthy answer to your question. So well, put me back on track if I get off track on the answer. So years ago, we had just trying to give you a Cliff Notes version of the history of where this money came from and where it started, organically speaking. There was leadership and a foundation from locals that said, hey, we need to go this direction. We're not going to be able to keep up with the expectations of our public and those that we serve if we don't make these advancements. Our predecessor board, not unlike a lot of states, was the wireless board. So they were responsible for collecting wireless fees. And then they saw their money going up and up and up. And they had what we call a cost recovery fund, where with the FCC orders of the 90s, where telecommunication service providers were required to do phase 1 and phase 2 of enhanced 911, that became a pool of money that was set aside by statute. And there was a real come to Jesus meeting, I guess, of locals were not going to be able to afford to take this next step forward on their own. They were going to have to do it together. And this was the funding that they were going to use to do it, was that cost recovery fund, or that cost recovery bucket of money. Cost recovery in the state of Alabama used to be a multi-million-dollar program and had dozens of carriers participate in it. We now have 2 for legacy cost recovery, and it's less than $1 million. So that's that 15% that goes over there. That's that pot of money that is then utilized for Next Gen 911 as well as other things. There was a lot of conversation among locals, and the consensus became any money in that pot that's not utilized for Next Generation 911 goes back out by population. So you can imagine that satisfied some of the larger ones that were more populated, had more services, and they would continue to be able to do some of the more that they had done. It still gave smaller jurisdictions some amount of funding. So if it wasn't used, it went back out. So that was the compromise, I guess. Over time, that did change, where by administrative rule, until we got dinged by the auditors and couldn't do it anymore, we did any distribution out of that was left over. We did 50% equal parts and then 50% by population. And that was amenable to everyone. There were some grumblings, to start with, but that made that seem more equitable and more fair to those, so that they could continue to receive some leftover funding, but also receive the same tool sets and access to 911 capabilities that others did. So that's really how we had to present that balance of, we all have the same job to do, and this is how we're going to help you do it, and it's not by always just cutting a check. I don't know if that really answers your question, but that's sort of the evolution of how that came about. I will tell you now, we need to revisit our distribution formula, and a lot of us don't want to, and I understand that. The municipality that I come from, over half of its funding comes from the municipal budget. So they're going to provide 911 service regardless of what the state board gives them. I have a municipality that I go to work in their jurisdiction every day, and they didn't even have a 911 fee prior to the state board existing. They did it all out of their municipal budget. And then along comes this funding mechanism, and it was just frosting, icing, gravy, if you will, as far as funding goes. And they were able to continue with their operations in a much more, much less impacting to their municipal budget. So with that, I'll just tell you, it took a lot of PSAP visits. It took a lot of literal hand-holding and discussions about what is important. And I've always said 911 will get it done. They'll figure out a way. They might grumble about it and find out what's wrong in the process, but 911 seems to get it done. So there was a lot of consensus building, a lot of convincing of, we're not going to take anything away from you. Hopefully you'll have only things to gain. And that's how we were able to get that 100% commitment from all of our folks before we were told we needed to.
So let me see if I heard what you said. Here's what I garnered from that.
Okay.
That the folks that were tasked with delivering this had a limited amount of funds
Yes.
with which to deliver it, and they got together and realized it was the folks' money, whether it was coming through the municipal budget or it was coming at $2.23 a phone line. That's how much the folks are giving us, and we've got to provide the service. And if we can provide it better, faster, stronger in consolidated PSEX, we're going to be big, business folks and do that. That's what it sounds like. Your people.
I believe that's the direction we're headed.
That's what it sounds like. That's what you guys just did the right thing by the folks in Alabama.
Yeah, and I mean, when it boils down to it, you're right. It is the people's money. It's not necessarily an appropriation from the legislature, and it's one of the interesting things that we saw through COVID was an unanticipated uptick in the use of an unanticipated uptick in devices. Therefore, an unanticipated uptick of 911 revenues. And that's just one of those things. We did not foresee that coming, and it hasn't really diminished since then. But now we're sort of on you've already talked about it, we have to now decide, like, you can dial 911 or access 911, through your watch, through your personal health monitor, through other devices. I sit on a committee, and some of the technology that they have coming is where I don't have enough of a signal, so my phone latches to your phone, and then I get 911 access through you, because whenever you turned on your phone, you agreed that somebody could access 911 through your service if it was better than mine. So we're technology is evolving in such a way that we have a lot of decisions that we have to make moving forward, but the foundation that we've built on is we have a service to provide, and we are choosing to provide it because it's essential to. The first time I heard this, I kind of thought, but 911 is a matter of national security at this point. Just watch the news for 20 minutes, and you'll see that 911 is the gateway to a lot of things for people's public health and safety, and this is the choice that we've made to invest in 911 and provide that. And again, it's not been without headache and some wailing and gnashing of teeth, but that's how we've come together to do it.
One more question.
Sure.
So it's going to be one question kind of in two parts.
Sure.
One thing you mentioned earlier, and I just wanted to highlight this a little bit because it's something that we've discussed a decent amount. You mentioned that y'all invested a lot in GIS.
Yes.
Did that come from, those funds come from this fee as well? Was it a collaboration amongst many state agencies to do that? And then the second part of that, since you brought up a somewhat taboo subject earlier, I'll go ahead and touch on this as well.
Sure.
There are a lot of discussions about uses of the 911 fees.
Sure.
And some places that it could be used for very, very worthy causes that I'm a big fan of as well. However, I don't know that is the direction that we need to or want to go. Just curious if y'all have had any issues with those being used for things that maybe are not directly applicable to providing 911 service, and your thoughts on that.
Okay. I'll take,
And if you need me to be specific and give you our example to help, I will, but.
no, I'm gonna take that in the opposite of what you gave it to me, and I'm gonna take fee diversion first and then go back to GIS.
Perfect.
So with fee diversion, again, I said this earlier, Alabama has a pretty liberal allowable use of 911 funds. So what I will also say is in recent years, the FCC has, they had the 911 fee diversion strike force essentially, and have come out with rules and sort of guidance as to what they see as allowable uses for 911. I have to be honest, we are unaware of real issues with the diversion of 911 funds in the state of Alabama. We do feel as if we have enough knowledge of local operations and auditing. We have a lot of our local governments that do third-party audits as well that share that information with us. And so we feel as if we have enough evidence to say with pretty confidently that 911 funds are being used on 911 purposes. I believe we're getting into, and this is, Leah, but I believe we're getting into the point where 911 funds are no longer going to be able to cover all of those uses. So we may face in 911 as a whole, as an industry, defining where 911 fees stop in the process. Like, does it stop before CAD, after call handling solution? Does it stop at the recorder, coming into the building? Where's the demarc for those funds? But I'll just tell you, we're to the point that we're unaware of fee diversion in the state of Alabama, or that being a real problem, thankfully. And I know there are a lot of places that is an issue. What I'll say is I think the contributing factor to that is the fact that we have a centralized fee setting, a centralized fee structure, and a centralized administration of the fund. So if there is some perceived regulation and compliance, of us making sure you spend that correctly, perhaps I don't even really know if that exists, but maybe there is. But I think that helps with that, is the perception that we should not misuse these funds. So.
Yeah, and for us, it's trying to find funding for different things.
Sure.
This would be a state issue for specifically the Peace Officer Annuity and Benefit Fund, which I am a former police officer, so big fan. But just curious on your thoughts about, especially with the FCC fee diversion strike force, and what you thought the applicability of that would be.
You have to be very careful. And that particular funding and retirement benefits, whether radio systems, whether it's the handheld and a field units, hand or car, not the infrastructure, we all need to develop more specific guidelines about what that funding is for, and follow that accordingly. That's my opinion on it. Our state statutes widely vary across the United States on what those allowable uses are. Thankfully, we do have the strike force that gave us some guidance in that, and I think you would need to be very careful about how those funds are used for 911. So I want to go back to GIS just really quickly. So we don't have another state agency that is resourced well enough to handle the heft of Next Generation 911 GIS in our state. We do have a partnership with the GIO office, but they're just not staffed and resourced for what we needed. We did use our grant funding from the federal government beginning in 2020 to kickstart in earnest our GIS program. We had already made plans and committed some of our money from the fund to our GIS project, but we are now in a second contractual obligation with a private industry vendor to do our GIS. I have a GIS program manager on staff, and I have a technician position that's available that has previously been filled. And basically, the person that filled that position previously and whoever fills it in the future, they provided GIS support. They provided the GIS mechanism, the work for about 18 or 20 of our local governments. And so we paid someone on staff, gave them the licensing, the computer, the platforms, and they did the GIS work on behalf of the locals. So we find that that's a way that we invest in that. But our federal funding, we got at the state of Alabama through the road miles population, whatever, formula, we got 2.6 million, I believe. And then we had our 2.4, and then we had a 1.6 match million. So that got us started in our first iteration of GIS 911, where we were able to collect and remediate all of the data that PSAPs had and do the boundaries with no gaps and overlaps. We are now closing out our second data remediation project in our second contract with, happens to be the same vendor, of all of the NENA required, the standard required GIS data layers for Next Gen 911, which has been a much heavier lift. But we started that last fall, and we are now, I believe, 6 or 7 districts shy of our 85 of completing that. So that will be our deliverable at the end of the year. So,
I think you have no more questions. If
okay.
you have anything or to close with, otherwise we want to thank you very much for coming over, and thank you for
Absolutely.
sharing it. We'll keep you on speed dial if we need
Please
you.
do.
I'm
Please
sure.
do. It's
but
it's an easy drive over, and a pretty drive too.
Yeah, I do want to thank you so much for doing that. And with that, we'll move along in our agenda. This is going to bring us. We're going to take a break until 10:30. Before we do that, in the room joined us down from Americas, Representative Chairman Mike Chokas. Mike, welcome aboard, and thank you for your interest and input thus far on this topic and for joining us today. So with that, we'll stand in recess until, we're getting out a little early. Let's try to come back at 10:25. We'll try to stay a little bit ahead of the game. So we'll stand in recess till 10:25. Okay, if we'll settle down, we'll get rolling here.
Settle down. Story of my life.
We,
Settle
we,
down.
we, settle down, settle down, she says. We have, we're going to get moving on with our next Generation Funding Study Committee this afternoon, the morning, I guess we are still. From North Carolina, we have a member of their board, and I guess I'm not going to get it right, but the president of the National Association here, Ms. Pokey Harris, is going to deliver us some remarks and try to help us in Georgia get prepared to move to this next generation 911. Ms. Harris.
Yes, good morning. I am Pokey Harris. I'm the Executive Director for the North Carolina 911 Board. On December 4th, 2024, I was honored to provide testimony before the House Study Committee on Disaster Mitigation and Resilience, along with one of our staff members, Tom Rogers, who serves as our Next Generation 911 Network Engineer and Program Manager. Today, I'm pleased to have with me two of my staff members, Kristen Falco. Kristen serves as our Training and Education Coordinator, having previously served as a Financial Review Specialist and a 911 Regional Coordinator. You will hear from Kristen later as we talk about specific funding to the PSAPs. And then also I have Stephanie Connor right behind me. Stephanie Connor serves as our regional coordinator for the western part of North Carolina, and she also serves as assistant to our PSAP grants program administrator. And she's going to speak about our grant program as well and the dollars that we've spent. Thank you, Leah, for recognizing me as the president of NASNA, the National Association of 911 Administrators. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that Leah just finished up her 3-year tenure serving as vice president, president, and then past president of that organization. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning about Next Generation 911, and I come to you saying that we are very humbly proud of what we've been able to accomplish in North Carolina. As a neighboring state with 4 counties in Georgia, Fannin, Union, Towns, and Rabun, I believe I pronounced that correctly, and 3 counties in North Carolina, Cherokee, Clay, and Macon, we share approximately 85 miles of border. As already has been mentioned today, we want to be able to transfer calls with location information to you and from you, along with our colleagues down in Alabama. With Next Generation 911, there are no state boundaries. Please take that note away with you today. There are many great capabilities of Next Generation 911 functionality on a single statewide EZNet that also can have interconnectivity with other states. We could spend absolutely all day with you today, Leah and I, talking about the benefits of Next Generation 911. But for today's presentation, we're going to focus on funding of Next Generation 911, the deployment of NG911, benefits of NG911, and then, as I said, I have other staff members that's going to speak specifically about our use of 911 funds in North Carolina. Lately, we have used this quote from Pablo Picasso as our mantra in North Carolina. I credit Kristen for finding this for us several months ago as we began speaking across the country about Next Generation 911 and what we've been able to accomplish. And I'll read this for you because this is going to be the guidance for my comments for you today. Our goals can only be reached through a vehicle of a plan in which we must fervently believe and upon which we must vigorously act. There is no other route to success. I'll comment a bit more on success as we go through this. So what is the vehicle for North Carolina? It's our governance and our authority. The North Carolina 911 Board is established in legislation. It is a 17-member policy-making board. It is not an advisory board. That means our board can make policy direction and provide standards, provide the manner in which Next Generation 911, and for that fact, 911 can move within the state. I will not go through this verbatim, but again, our vehicle for governance, North Carolina General Statute 143B, 1400 to 1406, and if you're so inclined, you can pick that up and read it. Specifically, this does outline the roles and responsibilities of the board members. It does speak to our 911 service charge, which the board has purview over. 55 cents per device, and that conversation came up earlier. What do you mean? Every device in North Carolina, like Alabama, that can dial 911, the 55 cents for us service charge is levied on that. We also are responsible for making sure that 911 is provided to all citizens. And then as we move toward Next Generation 911, the migration to a statewide EZNet. Just for additional information, we do oversee, set in legislation, a 24-hour Overwatch Center or 24-hour NOC that monitors our statewide EZNet. And then also we do have oversight of training for telecommunicators requiring a minimum of 40-hour training. And if a telecommunicator does dispatch EMS, they are required to have EMD or emergency medical dispatch. Again, I will not go through this because this is a takeaway for several folks today, but this does provide to you just our history of our governance and authority, which is our vehicle in North Carolina. 2016 legislation did set a minimum of 15% set aside for our Next Generation 911 efforts. In 2017, we entered into a managed service contract with our core services provider, that is AT&T. It was a 7-year contract with three renewals. Everything direct back to the 911 board. We opted to go for a OpEx with them, operations instead of capital, which meant for us in North Carolina, we did not pay our vendor 1 penny until the first 911 center migrated to the state EZNet. If I could make any recommendation to the state of Georgia in my role as the counterpart to Alicia and Amy and all the folks over there, it would be please consider an OpEx instead of a CapEx. Of course, in North Carolina, the 911 board cannot own the network, but this has worked out very well for us. We also talked about GIS. Where's Natalie? So yes, you cannot have an NG 911 project without a very robust and accurate GIS data set. We're very fortunate. We have a formal agreement and partnership with our state GIS office, as well as a third-party vendor that provides services. That third-party vendor is Geocom. They are part of what is now our second iteration of our state NG 911 core services call handling GIS contract with our vendor AT&T for our second round of contract or contract renewal. Ironic, on the day that Hurricane Helene hit North Carolina last year, our 911 board approved the renewal of our contract for 7 more years with 3 additional 1-year re-ups or renewals. Our contract is very future think in that we knew coming out of a 7-year contract with AT&T, we had seen so much take place in the time that we had implemented NG 911. Our first 911 center migrated to our statewide EZNet on November 18th of 2018. I'll also note here that all 911 centers funded by the North Carolina 911 board are required by law to connect to the statewide EZNet if they want to consider or maintain funding from the board. They do not have to take advantage of our hosted call handling solution, but as of today, we are 120 PSAPs that have, and it's changing every day, 120 PSAPs of 124 funded by the board, who the board provides a hosted call handling 911 system. That's a specialized telephone system for answering 911 calls. So, as Leah so lovely called it a moment ago, meat and potatoes, why we are all here today. And Leah had us over there sharpening our pencils, and we were going to, we had not prepared to present a per call, but we're going to talk a little bit about per call. As you can see, this is our NG 911 cost, again, our vehicle of governance and authority since 2018, all the way up to what's estimated for 2026. Grand total at the bottom, you can see $199 million. Now, some folks will gasp when they read that. But folks, what that breaks down to is $2.02 per person in North Carolina for the last 10 years for the capability of Next Generation 911. We won't go into what all that offers because Leah has covered that wonderfully about the service to the citizens. As you can see, there's been incremental increases. Even if you'll notice between 25 and 26, there was an $18 million increase. Why was that, Pokey? Because we did put some additional cost in that, and then we began to look at that future think. What are we going to be able to offer the PSAPs? Leah talked about that. We're looking at live stream. We're looking at even video, photos, those types of things that before we did not deliver to the PSAP, but also other types of call handling equipment that actually reside in a cloud environment. So we're taking Next Generation 911 a step further. Broken down, we have, can't talk here, folks. Please forgive me. We got in here about midnight last night, up early this morning to be here with you. So, yeah, if we're a little tongue-tied, you'll know why. So, foundational costs, looking at the core services, our 24-hour knock, GIS, you cannot, folks, I'm telling you, GIS, you have got to form that partnership. You have got to be able to provide that across the state. Our cybersecurity assessments and our cybersecurity remediation initiative for our PSAPs. Outreach and planning, we chose to use all of these categories that NASNA is using to formalize a cost that we're working on as an initiative for our PSAPs. We're looking at data analytics as well, training or CAD, computer-aided dispatch, or CAD-to-CAD capabilities. And then we're looking at those expanded costs such as LMR, that's your land mobile radio systems, or field unit data equipment. I'm going to park right here just a minute, and I'm going to address that elephant in the room for you. There are costs in North Carolina that we do not pay with the 911 fund. We have been very fortunate every year. We have filed with the FCC. We have not been classified as a diverter. Lee mentioned that 4 years ago now, there was a study by the workforce that came out and did note that radios could be paid for. However, when you begin to look at radio systems, you have to take in consideration the cost for that. There truly is, in my humble and professional opinion, having been in this business almost 30 years, there is no fund that can sustain or absorb all the costs for radio systems for a state, plus trying to implement a next generation 911 solution. So, bottom line here, I'll let you all browse for just a minute to see if you have any questions. We can always come back to that. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so I love spreadsheets, so thank you for bringing this.
So, well, Sarah, if you are online and watching, thank you for preparing this for me.
And I am just so intrigued. I was a 911 dispatcher many years ago, and the CAD-to-CAD NG 911 initiative, could you just send your call information from one CAD to another CAD?
This is what this is intended for.
That's awesome.
Now, let me provide a caveat here. This is just to pay for the capability of the interoperability from CAD to CAD system. Kristen's going to talk in just a moment about what we pay using the funds directly to the PSAPs for their operational or equipment costs that we pay a huge portion or amount of the CAD system for. But this is the interoperability capability.
And Chairman Martin, if you don't mind, I have one more question. All right, looking here on your GIS across the years, it looks like you're at $4.1 million right now. How far along are you with that amount of funding in your GIS mapping?
We have about, I knew somebody would ask that. Today, I think we are at we are single digits of the PSAPs who are at the I3 standard readiness. We are working every day to accomplish that. So we are almost 100% with the I3 standardization. Leah mentioned that. That's a standard offered through the National Emergency Number Association for data formats so that you can more easily and more rapidly share that data information. Natalie, am I speaking correctly, ma'am? Yes, always have your professional friends in the room so they can help you. But yes, that was, and I'm going to be real honest with you, something that we did early on with our NG 911 project, when that very first contract that we put out, we failed to include the GIS portion, and we had to come back very quickly, and we've been playing catch up with that. So let me say to the state of Georgia, please build that out in your RFP. Where's Alicia? RFP, please include the GIS portion of this. Leah spoke to it. I cannot speak enough. Without that location accuracy for your callers, you are not doing yourself justice with your next generation 911 deployment.
All right, thank you so much.
You are more than welcome. I credit Kristen.
We had a couple more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chairman Crow.
Let me back up. Chairman.
No, it's fine. Thank you. So since you went ahead and brought up the elephant in the room.
Yes, sir.
Just, and since you are the president of
Yes,
your
sir.
association this year,
I carry a Kevlar vest, just so you
I
know.
will ask for your, very, astute opinion.
Yes, sir.
Retirement funds. Do you
In-
think that runs afoul of the FCC strike force guidelines to do that?
In North Carolina, by statutory, we do not pay salaries or benefit packages for telecommunicators. This has been in our legislation for quite some time, that we do not do that. I know that in Georgia, that salaries are allowed. That would be your option to do that. What I will say and what I will caution you, in my humble opinion, is to factor that into the build out of Next Generation 911. Don't weigh one against the other. If you do continue to pay salaries, if you do continue to look at the benefits for your telecommunicators, which that is fine for Georgia to do, you have to recruit, you have to have these folks to be able to answer those calls. Let that be a considerable or a considering factor in what you want to do, but don't use that. If you already have that, don't decrease it, don't take it away, but don't not fund Next Generation 911 because of paying salaries for telecommunicators. I encourage you to look at a way for doing both if that's the direction you choose to go.
Okay, and one other one. You mentioned OpEx versus CapEx. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yes,
why you
sir.
think that?
Yes, sir. What we chose to do with AT&T and statutorily in North Carolina, we cannot, the board, 911 board, cannot own the communications network. We chose to go with a vendor who offered the service. They built out the statewide emergency services internet protocol network, the statewide EZNet. They own it. We connect to it. They maintain it. They look after it. So before, we did not give them any upfront money, plain and simple. That's the best answer to provide. They had to do the build out, if you will, of their network, and we did not pay them any money until the first 911 center connected to the EZNet. Then we began to pay them as the deployment went on, beginning in 2018, and then it was February. Ironic, it was to the day in February 2024 that the date of 2024 of November 2018 that we migrated that last PSAP to the statewide EZNet. So for that length of time, for 2018 November to 24 February, we only paid them as the PSAPs began to migrate to the EZNet. No upfront costs.
And how long did it take y'all to fully migrate every PSAP in North Carolina over to the EZNet?
That 2018 November to February 2024. And we had a slowdown because of COVID. COVID jumped right in the middle of it, and we had to stop for about, it impacted us about 6 months, give or take, because we had to bring folks out of the field. We couldn't send technicians in. We were making sure that because PSAPs are critical infrastructure, we were not sending folks in there to make them sick. Certainly, we didn't want to send all the technicians from the various companies, AT&T, Geocom, whoever, Motorola or Intrado in, who were installing equipment for them to potentially be impacted with COVID. So for about 6 months, we had to back up and wait just a little bit.
Thank you.
And that was a very aggressive schedule too for deployment.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. All right, so I have another question, and it's relating back to the fees, the amount that you guys are paying, your budgets. Where does that money come from? Does it come from fees? Does it come from your state appropriations? All right, but you're not paying any salaries out of this money, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How much is your fee?
55 cents per device.
All right, and so is that, if I have an Apple Watch and an Apple phone,
ma'am.
does it mean my Apple Watch and my Apple phone are paying
If you can dial
55 cents?
911, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Any device that can access 911, yes. And Leah even spoke to your landline, your VoIPs, all of your networks and systems for telecommunications capability.
All right, thank you.
And I will note that, and if you'll remember, in the beginning, I showed you in 2017, we did that set aside of funds. We were very, very diligent about that. And it was in 2023 that we decreased the service charge from 65 cents to 55 cents.
So you decreased the fee?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
And there's anticipation that within the next 2 fiscal years, we will do the same. We wanted to make sure we had funding to build out and to pay to get where we were, but then we wanted to now be very judicious and diligent with that funding and begin to look at a decrease to the citizens.
All right, just a follow-up. How many citizens do you have in the state of North Carolina?
Right now, we're between the 10 and 11 million mark, so we're using 11 million. But to base the revenue on the citizens per what we have, the census, you can't do that because there's so many devices registered in your state. We were talking earlier about the converse of one state getting the funding for another. True story. I had lived in North Carolina until early 2024. One day I happened to be looking at my phone bill. I moved from Virginia in 2014. My service charge was still going to Virginia. Yes. So yeah, so I had to jump through a couple hoops and get that changed, but it happens with all states. So you can't really look at the number of citizens and say that we have this number of citizens that will pay this rate. It's based on all the devices. It's based on your multi-line telephone systems. I would not want to be in the business of having to calculate that, and I don't think Leah would either. So,
all right, thank you very much.
very good. So just to outline a little bit more of those lines that the chairman loved on the spreadsheet, and again, I say thank you to our finance director. These are the things that we are looking at that we are paying for. We have 2 separate virtual private networks from AT&T and a wireless virtual network through FirstNet that we pay to all of our 911 centers. That gives the redundancy that we need. The hosted call handling equipment, I noted that that's the specialized telephone equipment for answering calls. We have call monitoring displays on the wall for awareness, situational awareness within the PSAP. We have our 24-hour NOC that's called a NOC Network Monitoring and Assistance Center, staffed 24/7, 365. They have visibility into the statewide EZNet in partnership with AT&T. That way, if anything is any anomalies, anything, we see it first. Our PSAPs, if they think that there is a problem with their connectivity or a problem with their call handling equipment, they call one number, and that's our 24-hour NOC. Our GIS services, we've already talked about. Our CAD to CAD, which the chairwoman, she loves very much. Cybersecurity, Leah hit on that. I cannot stress that enough. We have in North Carolina through our contract, and you notice that uptick in that cost from the 38 to the 54. We have a dedicated NG911 technician team called a Tiger team through our contract with AT&T. 4 individuals that are assigned only to North Carolina to be our go-to when we have any issues with a PSAP, with the equipment, with the connectivity. Our technicians in our NMAC liaise with the Tiger team technicians for immediate response. They are assigned to a region in the state, so they know about their 32 PSAPs, that Tiger team technician is familiar with the operations of that PSAP. The call data analytics software, you cannot have any system operating, whether it's to know your daily activity, your growth activity, I'll say it too, Leah, your consolidation recommendations, you have to have that. Also in North Carolina, we provide a SIP admin for the PSAPs. That's a session Internet Protocol Administrative Service. So for our PSAPs, we also will pay for the capability for their telecommunicators to have administrative service should they need to call out of their PSAP for a reason, or should they have to use something other than their 911 equipment or the 911 EZNet to make the calls. We used to pay for one trunk at a PSAP, but now because it is IP, we pay for concurrent call paths. So for instance, if we wanted to relocate a PSAP and relocate their call capability with 911, and they have prescribed to the SIP admin service, we could also relocate their admin calls with them as well. So they could take those with them. And then we're working on a resiliency compendium that we're going to be providing satellite capability for wireless internet, wireless radio, wireless phone service. We also are providing an over-the-top additional CAD-like capability for data interoperability sharing for those that may not want to go the CAD to CAD route. We're also looking at push-to-talks, and I meant to bring mine up, but we have a push-to-talk radio that we're going to give each PSAP that they can talk to their partner PSAPs, and I'm going to talk about that in just a little bit. So that uptick in cost, that's what that was. You saw that just a little bit. Now, as we look at this is just a breakdown, and I'm glad somebody loves spreadsheets and graphs. You love this one too. So looking at this, talking about real-time FY26, we're looking at collecting about $93 million. We've got about 122, including our fund balance that we have. So we're anywhere between 41 and 43%. You're going to see that we're paying for next generation 911 to our citizens. Kristen and Stephanie are going, it's like having children. Kristen, Sarah, Stephanie, Gianna, they're both going to talk about our distribution to the PSAPs and to our grants. But this graph just gives you a visual to take away of Next Generation 911 that we're building out. Now, what is our route to what we're doing? Going back to our mantra. As I noted, we have a statewide EZNet, all PSAPs funded by the North Carolina 911 Board. There's 124. They are required to connect. And as of today, we have 23 partners that include Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, Camp Lejeune Marine Corps Base, UNC Chapel Hill, some smaller 911 centers that have opted to also, that's not funded by the board, but they've opted to do a direct contract with AT&T. So literally we can work with them for the call rerouting. Now, alternate routing and abandonment routing, and this is exactly what it is that you want to be able to accomplish. Those counties we talked about that we border in the 85 miles, and then Leah has already publicly agreed to take 911 calls for North Carolina, so we're going to get that memo in place as soon as I can get back up the road. but we have what's called alternate routing, and that is always, every day, given your PSAP's inundated with an overabundance of 911 calls that their telecommunicators can't answer, automatically, based on policy, those calls will ring to another 911 center. And then you have abandonment call routing. It's very similar, but abandonment is you cannot answer a single 911 call. For instance, maybe Hurricane Helene has hit. Your infrastructure is tore out of the ground. Or let's say literally you have to abandon your PSAP because there was some type of incident out on 85 and your folks have to leave the PSAP. Their calls will not even attempt to deliver to the 911 center. It will automatically go to what we have dubbed in North Carolina a friend PSAP. North Carolina, all PSAPs are required to have 4 friends. That's one in the region that you reside. We have 4 designated regions for our PSAP. So you have one in the region where your PSAP is, and then you have one outside of the region. So every PSAP in North Carolina has 4 friends that they can route their calls. The interoperability between the PSAPs, like we talked about, the CAD capabilities, the other things, the future think that we're looking at, what other capabilities are there, these over the top, so that you can send that call information. We can send the call anywhere now. It's getting that information back from friend PSAP to original PSAP. So interoperability, that push-to-talk radio, or that satellite device that is there so that you can use a cell phone in your PSAP. And then the investment in GIS and that I3 standardization. We are repeating ourselves, but folks, it's because these are the important elements that you all have to consider. Okay, I'm not going to go through this one. Nope. If you all want me to, we're going to phone a friend. His name is Tom Rogers, who's on vacation. Next in line would be Josh Briggs. He is our AT&T project manager and engineer. This just gives you a visual and insight into the diagram and the network that we have. An EZNet is a closed, private, secure network for 911 calls only. That's why when there are issues going on in other counties or in counties such as cyber incidents, where we have a county right now that all of their systems in their county have been taken offline except for the ability to answer 911 calls. They had a cyber attack. But it's a closed private network with all of the resiliency, with different data centers, and also that call handling equipment and that diversity with the call handling equipment as well. So I want to share just a bit with you before I pass it off to the girls, and they are girls. I could be their nana if the truth be known, but we're not going to compare age today. So when we went back and we started, we talked about the vehicle, we talked about the routes, and we talked about success. I cannot not stand before you today and say Hurricane Helene and success in the same sentence. Would not be fair of me to do so. Nothing that we talk about Hurricane Helene and validating our investment in NG 911 is celebratory in any manner, but it's the facts. So I put validation here with success in parentheses because I do not want anyone to take away. Sorry, folks. It was real, and it's still real. It's still real when you think about the loss and the devastation. Lives that will never go back to what they were. Family that was lost forever. The stories that we talked to telecommunicators that they were talking to someone that they knew was a ghost. They were talking to a dad who watched the baby swept out of the mom's arms. People who watched years of building their home float down a river that the river had changed trajectory and had washed everything out of its path. That arrow at the top that you see was taken by a PSAP manager up on a hill at a PSAP that 911 funds had paid for, but that would have been their old 911 center, and you can see that it would have been in the path of destruction. These are real pictures from Hurricane Helene, and I share them with you because this is why we're here, folks. We're here to tell you what Next Generation 911 can do, what it can provide, not just on an everyday basis. North Carolina saw the worst weather event in history. It was real. We coined the term math after. We were riding through Madison County, which was the worst impacted county of the state. And we kept saying, look at this aftermath, look at this aftermath. But then we knew we had to do our jobs and get all of the stats together. So there was a significant increase in 911 call volume, as you can imagine. Total, there were 19 911 centers in Western North Carolina that were routing their 911 calls to 23 other PSAPs across North Carolina. 17 of those were abandonment routing, and 2 were policy routing. And with those that were being policy routed or alternate routing, we were doing load balancing. So I'll use Buncombe County or Asheville. Everybody saw Asheville. Asheville did not lose their infrastructure like some of these did, but we were having their call volume was so much they were having to load balance their calls to multiple other PSAPs. So they had a lot of friends that they were working with. Here again, these are actual photos that we had taken. One PSAP was in abandonment state, which meant they could not take their calls for 1 month. For 1 month, another PSAP 225 miles away took their calls. They got the call information back using various means such as the statewide radio, telephone, spreadsheets, Google, Microsoft. In any way that they could, they were transitioning that information back and forth. However, we were able to provide that FirstNet redundant solution that I had mentioned. We've got the 2 AVPNs, and then we've got the additional wireless network. So every PSAP in North Carolina has 3 routes for connectivity to the statewide EZNet, all paid by the North Carolina 911 Board. Now, this PSAP here is specifically interesting because today, whatever the number of days is since they were impacted by the hurricane, and beginning on October 24th, we were able to connect them back to the EZNet using that FirstNet connectivity. Their commercial telecom service is still no longer available to that PSAP in Western North Carolina. But since October 24th, they've taken their 911 calls. So we were planning the day before and the day of the hurricane. Kristen was very pregnant. She did go into labor the following Monday, and then we're getting ready to celebrate little Luca's first birthday. So we were planning based on the weather. Okay, we're going to have these friend PSAPs, and you can see the arrows, red to blues, etc. But folks, this is really what happened. That's the 19 to the 23. Natalie, do you see that? See that graph? Thanks to our wonderful GIS department that back in Virginia, that North Carolina, sorry, Matt, that did this for us. That was the reality of what we were able to accomplish. And just a couple other spreadsheets and stats, and I won't bore you with all of this, but the increase in calls, we saw the aggregate based on all of the PSAPs, about a 586% increase was the average. We had one PSAP that on the highest call volume day for them, it was 13,100% increase in their call volume. Buncombe County normally takes about 430 calls a day, 440, a little over 5,000. But remember what I said, we were load balancing those calls. So key factors, if folks could get a dial tone, wireline or wireless, they could speak to a trained telecommunicator. Our EZNet was stable and provided all the integrity to carry those 911 calls. The planning of the alternate routing and abandonment routing, even with folks that were pregnant and ready to have babies. And Stephanie, before she was going out on leave for a while, they were working feverishly with the originating PSAPs and friends. The alternate routes of communication, whether it was through land mobile radio, through DCI, through phone service. But it was also the PSAP's willingness to help each other in a time of crisis. She stole my one tagline of Next Gen is Now Gen in North Carolina. So this is what's ahead. The call delivery redundancy and resiliency, continuing to find those friends, making sure that they can, that call data interoperability, whether it's CAD or what have you, and then what is coming? What does everyone in this room as a consumer expect to be able to do with 911? Folks, we're often the tail wagging the dog in this industry. This time I'm going to turn it over to the ladies who agreed to drive me down here, by the way, and let them talk with you about our overall funding. Kristen, I think you're up.
Thank you, Pokey. So I'm going to talk about the use of 911 fees specifically for the PSAP account. The 55 cents that Pokey spoke about, it's collected by the board and then it's distributed into 4 accounts. One of those is the Next Gen account, which covers all of those things Next Gen. The other accounts, which we're going to go and talk about, are the PSAP account, which are those direct distributions to the PSAPs. And then Stephanie's going to talk about grants and our statewide projects. So we have 124 PSAPs. So we have 113 PSAPs and 111 secondary PSAPs. The 113 PSAPs, they receive a monthly distribution directly from the 911 board. And it's based on the last 5 years of what they have spent on eligible expenditures per our legislation, per our administrative code, and then per the policies that are set by the 911 board. The 11 secondary PSAPs, they receive calls transferred from primary PSAPs, and they receive their distributions. It's based on a cost per call, dependent on how many calls they were transferred from their primary PSAPs. Again, it's calculated over a 5-year average, rolling average. The expenditures have to meet our legislation, which is 143B-1406 specifically. It outlines what is very broadly what the funds can be used for eligible expenditures. Then we have an administrative code. It goes into a little bit more detail as far as what can be used or what they can use those direct distributions for. And then we have an approved use of funds list policy and an equipment best replacement practices policy that explains in a lot more detail all the different things that they can use their funds for. So I've got some examples listed here. We have telecommunicator training that's covered, anything that the telecommunicators or those who are doing 911 operations, classes that relate to that receiving of 911 calls and dispatching and the operations of a 911 center. We pay for CAD modules that are necessary for 911 call processing. We do pay for radio components that are located exclusively within the PSAP. Telecommunicator workstations, furniture, headsets, servers that are housing the CAD or GIS software that's necessary. We pay for the monitors, the keyboards, headset jacks that go into the consoles. There's a very long, robust list, which is the approved use of funds list policy that outlines everything that those funds can be used for. And then for the distributions for the PSAP, just a comparison for fiscal year 2025, we sent $20,965,131 to the PSAPs. This year we are sending $27.5 million to the PSAPs, and that's based on what they have spent over the last 5 years. This is we review every year the distributions. The PSAPs are required to submit revenue expenditure reports every September that outlines everything that they have used their funds for. Those reports are reviewed by our staff to confirm that they are complying with our legislation. And then we have a distribution. It's an estimated that's voted on in December by the board, and then the final distribution is voted on in April. So we're constantly making sure that we're reviewing our numbers and sending what is necessary for the PSAPs. So any questions on this before I turn it over?
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here today. And I'm curious, from looking at your list, it's a very succinct list. It's not building a facility. It's not vehicles for 911 directors to drive. It's very succinct.
So this is what the PSAPs can use their monthly distributions on. We do have a grant program, and the grant funds are used, or the PSAPs can apply for a grant. We do it every year. They can do it for facility construction, those things that are not covered with what they receive monthly.
But their monthly fee, what they get monthly,
Yes.
is just for this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That's an example.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just to follow up on that real quick, this is something that came up in our first meeting that I found there was a lot of disparity from center to center, county to county, city to city, however they're set up. Do you know, have any kind of a ballpark of what percentage of a 911 agency's budget is covered by the 911 fee that they get?
So for the most part, they're just covering the technologies and the equipment that's located in the PSAP. It's not like Pokey said, we don't pay salaries, or the board cannot pay salaries with those 911 fees, and that's specific in our legislation. So I can't say, one center, a large portion of their budget is probably the technology versus a larger center where there's several people that are working there, and it might be the budgets are higher for your employment versus the technology. It just depends on the PSAP.
Because it seemed like there were some of our larger, more populous counties that had up to 80% of their entire budget covered by the 911 fee. And then some of our smaller counties, 35% of their budget was covering that. And there's a lot of disparity between. So I just was curious how that worked for y'all.
And I think too, it depends on the PSAP itself. There are some PSAPs that, they are constantly purchasing the latest and greatest technologies, trying to keep up with what is going on with the rapid changing of technologies. And then there are some PSAPs that may have management that, they're good with the status quo, how things are, and they're not investing that money into keeping up. So it's really a mixed bag.
You said that the amount they get per month is based on a 5-year rolling average of eligible expenditures.
Yes, the 5 years that the last 5 years that they have made purchases with their funds, we review those, and it's average.
How often is that updated?
Every year.
Every year.
Every year, yes, sir. And
go ahead.
if I may add, if we identify that a center does not have enough distribution to cover eligible expenditures, we also have 2 opportunities to allow them to request additional funds to cover those eligible expenditures.
And you talked about your fee going down.
Yes,
and
sir.
You're expecting it to go down again.
Yes, sir.
Is that a legislative process that y'all have to go through to do that? Or are y'all, because I know that you said very early on and you highlighted, Pokey, that y'all are a policy making board.
Yes.
And so y'all have the flexibility within the code to make the policy and determination on that yourselves. It doesn't require legislative involvement.
Up to 70 cents.
Yep.
So up to 70 cents. If we were to determine that the cost for the 911 board anticipated expenditures to the PSAPs and all the programmatic areas would exceed that, then we would have to go to legislation. But the board, once a year, has an opportunity to set the rate. We do that in the spring, March, April timeframe, so that we have time to notify the carriers if necessary. But the board is required by statute to set that rate every year. Even if it doesn't change, they have to vote to keep it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So let me follow up, if I may, on both the questions from Chairman Kemp and Chairman Crow. So you're focused on a subset of the total operations of a center, that subset being what is going to be reasonably the same all over North Carolina. I mean, I don't know, give me a technical piece of equipment that's required in there that would be a technical.
A recorder.
A recorder. So a recorder costs the same thing in eastern North Carolina as it costs down in the coast?
No. No, sir.
No.
It depends on the vendor that they choose.
Well, okay, but I mean, it could cost it could cost the same.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Yes,
It's a tire is a tire is a tire. I mean, you could get a radio more expensive. So, but what I'm getting at is that's much more easy. Is it true that that's easier to control those pieces of things than it is that a salary in Charlotte, for a 911 operator may cost more than Eastern North Carolina or on the coast of North
Correct.
Carolina? I mean,
Yes.
so salaries, there's just a salary differential based on where you live and how much. So you've tried to limit that out of your fees, you're paying for things.
Yes, equipment and technology is necessary.
And technology. Yeah, I mean, I guess through things being fiber and communication. Okay,
Yep.
fair.
Equipment, technology, training.
Yeah. Necessary for answering a 911 call. And I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie. She's going to go into her. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, you very specifically said answering a 911 call.
Yes.
Does that not include the radios for dispatch?
Well,
You said 911
and
call.
dispatch, yes. Processing, answering, dispatch. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Historically, how we have looked at this is the immediate answer of, the immediate data capture of, and the immediate dispatch of. So it's you're answering the call, you're entering it into your CAD system, and you're giving that dispatch to the field responders.
All right, Stephanie?
Got 48 minutes. We're good. I mean, 12 minutes, sorry.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute.
No, sorry.
I mean, I can talk for 48 minutes, but you might not want me to. So Kristen outlined what is eligible from the fund. And there are a lot of different technologies and different plans that PSAPs have that may not fit into those eligible costs. So how are those funded? Historically, that would be from the budget from that locality. So their local budget would cover those. However, we also have statewide projects and grants available to the PSAPs in North Carolina. So they are, statewide projects are available to the primary and secondary. Grants are only available to the primary PSAPs. And it covers those ineligible projects or those ineligible funds. So are statewide projects and grants the same? No, because statewide project is something that would benefit every PSAP in North Carolina, but it's not eligible to be paid from the fund. So as Kristen said, every PSAP in North Carolina has a recorder. They'll have a different vendor. It's going to cost different, but their eligible money, their distribution that they get to cover those eligible portions will cover that. So in statewide projects, what the North Carolina 911 Board does is if they see something that will benefit all of the PSAPs, they provide that to the PSAPs at no cost, and the board pays for that. And that comes out of that at least at minimum 5% for the statewide projects and grants. So that money comes out of that pot. Some of the projects that we have done are interpretive services, which is just as it sounds. It's interpreting a 911 call, and they do 135 languages, I believe, 124, 135, something like that. It's a lot of languages. And they can, they elect to use that service. They do not get a bill. The bills come to us. We pay those bills. They don't have to worry about it. All they have to do is let us know if there's an issue. The other is orthoimagery. So we have done this since 2014. Airing quarterly, we continue to renew the contract, and we do ortho images of all of the counties in North Carolina. And those pictures or those files are provided to the PSAPs, and the county can use those as they see fit. Some other projects that we have done, we've done training projects on mental wellness. We also have provided through not technically the statewide project fund, but they are statewide projects that are offered to the primary PSAPs. Cybersecurity assessments, the resiliency compendium, those come from the Next Generation 911 Fund. And also we have a virtual academy training platform that we offer to the PSAPs that have not been paid from that statewide project fund, but it's still a statewide project. So as the board, we really care about taking care of these PSAPs and ensuring that they are successful in being that first line, answering those 911 calls, because when anybody has an emergency, that's the first thing they do. Call 911, call 911. And if you've ever had to call 911, you know that that's it's comforting to know that somebody is going to be on the other end of that phone to answer your call. And in North Carolina, we have this legislation to cover that, to ensure that that stays steady. Because, you know, if you've done a budget for a locality, everybody has their needs. And all those tax dollars have to cover all those needs, but they have to be capped somewhere. And where is that cap? So with the service charge for the 911 fund, we are able to provide these technologies for these 911 centers. Our PSAP grants cover a wide range of projects. Grants have to be specific to the PSAP. These grants have to enhance the PSAP in some form, fashion, or way. So, for instance, you cannot purchase portable radios for the entire county, but they can purchase portable radios for their PSAPs, which is something that this is kind of a twofer. It was a statewide project that we did in a grant format. We provided portable radios to all of the 911 centers because we had a lot of 911 centers that we realized could not interact with our state land mobile network service for the Viper network for the radio.
So we provided, through a grant, radios to all of the PSAPs. For the last 10 years, we have awarded $129 million in grants, and those have been for radio components that are not eligible, PSAP facilities, because we have a lot of PSAPs over the years, from the 80s, 90s. PSAPs were just thrown into, or 911 centers were just thrown into a building that could house them. So they're in the basements of banks, they're in old store buildings, they're in FEMA trailers, they're in mobile homes that are falling in, old jails that are over 100 years old. So this grant program can afford them the money to build those facilities to enhance their services and do them for a long time. Our grants are provided pursuant to general statute, and the general statutes 143B, 1407, and 09. Also, the administrative code. Administrative code covers what safety and technology requirements fall along with a facility grant. Our grant process is a competitive one. We do have a grant committee that sets the priorities, and this happens every year. And the grant committee can vote to have 2 grant processes. Those are painful, so we like when there's only one, but we will do what we need to do for the PSAPs. We really hope that the grant committee will stick to one, because that is much easier to manage. But if we see needs that the PSAP has, of course, the board is going to accommodate that. Again, the PSAP grant covers ineligible expenditures, and it is not a matching grant. The county is not required to match what the award is. And again, we have done a host of projects, from the things that we see. The grant establishes priorities, and consolidation is one of those. If we have primaries that consolidate, or a primary and secondary that consolidate, they want a new center. End-of-life technologies, cybersecurity, other, and I'm leaving one out because we have 5. But this year we had 5 priorities. The priorities do not mean, I got that one. That was number 1. I forgot, I'm missing one. But the priorities do not mean if priority 1 always gets the award. That just means their grant application fits into one of those priorities. The grant committee tries very hard to award all of the grants that are put forward as they can. But again, it's not an unending pot of money. There are, guardrails on this, but we do have grant agreements. They do have to complete the project in a certain time frame. And if something changes with their project after it's awarded, they can rescind the grant award, and they're not penalized for doing that. Things change. They may have a plan for a building, and then that falls through with what the county has in mind. So they may have to rescind and come back at a different time. But those are things that we try to, and to date, I think out of the $129 million awarded, we have paid out 74. So we still have grants that are in action and moving through. So even if we have things that are not eligible, we try very hard to put a program or put forth a path so the PSAPs can continue to enhance their services and get things that they need. Any questions on the grant or statewide project? Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Kemp, you used up almost all your minutes. No, I'm just kidding.
I probably could ask 20 more questions. All right. So looking at this, that was a great presentation. Thank you, all of you, for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious, though, how many PSAPs are funded through the grants and through the, I guess this year it was 38 million. And then what percentage are you providing of the facility's overall cost?
So it's the construction, because the fund does not cover construction of facilities.
Overall, or just for the
Overall.
grant?
Overall.
Oh, overall. Okay.
Overall.
Sorry.
So, as Kristen noted, we do not maintain that data. We require the PSAPs to provide to us the information that is specific to what they are funded by the board. So we don't do a comparison like a Charlotte and a Perquimans County. Charlotte, very large. What percentage that you receive from the 911 board is the overall percentage of your grant. or a smaller PSAP. We do not manage that data or keep that data. Our concern is that you spend the 911 funds as prescribed by law and legislation, that if you need additional fundings, we have a program for that. We also have our grant program, and we manage those. We don't do a comparison to general fund and 911 funding.
Okay, all right. Well, my next question is, how many PSAPs are you funding with the 38 million?
124.
120?
113 of those are primary. So that's the cost, that's the 5-year rolling average. And then 11 are costs per call. So the cost per call is based on the primary PSAP's distribution, what that equates to per call that they are taking in the PSAP. And then the PSAP that is transferred to will get that cost per call amount based on the number of calls that are transferred to them.
All right, and that cost per call amount, that's coming from your funding, or is that coming from municipality funding?
The 911 board.
Your
funding.
911 board
The
funding?
service fee, yes, the 911 service fee, yes.
Okay.
And
all right.
the secondary PSAPs are normally going to get a much smaller amount
Much
than the
smaller.
primary PSAPs.
All right. Do you know how many, you mentioned 911 facilities that are not part of, that are not getting money. How many of those exist in North Carolina?
We do not maintain that data either. I would say that it would go triple digits because of how they're classified as a PSAP. So we do have some smaller PSAPs that have opted to 1 seat, 2 seat, 3 seat, 4 seat, but we do not maintain any data on those because we do not have purview over those in any way.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
You said triple digits?
Probably a good 100 plus, yes.
Because we have small police departments that have a dispatcher, community colleges that may have someone that dispatches at the community college, or a university or a college campus.
A hospital.
Hospital, you may have someone in the sheriff's office that actually dispatches an officer, but they don't answer the 911 calls initially. And that's what the PSAP is, the primary public safety answering point. So that's where the calls come initially, and then if they are sent out, those smaller agencies may elect to dispatch their own, and that's within the confines of that county and how they want to handle that.
Right, but they'll have somebody taking the 911 calls. They're not taking calls on a 7-digit line or 10-digit line or whatever.
They're
Like,
generally
you know-
transferred to them.
Okay, all right.
But now we do have, I mentioned that we have the 23 EZNet partners, and in that we do have some local PSAPs who are not funded by the board who have opted to enter into contract with AT&T, so they connect to the EZNet.
Okay, so they funded their own
Correct, yes,
system and
Correct.
connected,
yes,
and they don't get funding back
No,
no,
from y'all.
They just funded out of their general
general
budget.
fund, yes.
correct, yes.
Okay. And all of this fee that we're talking about here, all of the money, the $100 and whatever $1 million, none of that's appropriated from the state
No,
funds, all from the service fee?
Yes.
correct, yes.
Okay, thanks.
And with that, of the fee that is collected, there's about 98.4 that is direct benefit to the PSAPs, whether it's NG 911, PSAP distribution, NG 911, or the grant program. There's a very small sliver of that, if you remember the graph, that is administrative. And that is our office, our expenses for staff. However, there are also projects within that administrative portion that are direct benefits to the PSAP. I would beg to differ of that remaining point whatever percentage for staff and overhead that were not direct benefit to the PSAP. But for presentation purposes, we always like to draw that out, that a very, very small percentage is for the administration of our program. The remainder of that through the service fee goes directly to the PSAPs.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's all the
else?
questions.
You're more than welcome. Now, we drove a long way, so we're here to answer all your questions. Anything else that we can answer for you?
Well, Chairman Camp has used up all her minutes. She's going to have to run out at lunch and buy some more.
So-
But we're going to give her a chance to do that
We're-
right
We're
now.
only
So,
3 minutes over.
so if, no, I'm just kidding, Chairman. She knows I'm just trying to make light of the moment
Yes,
since we're here
always,
talking about
always.
prepaid minutes.
We
So,
will avail ourselves to you all for anything that may come up, any other questions that you have. We're more than happy to have additional calls with you.
yeah, yes, ma'am. We're going to give her that opportunity right now. I thank you very much, all three of you ladies, for that. And congratulations on your new one. Birthday has to be soon, right?
Right, tomorrow.
All right. Happy birthday. Yes,
Yes,
happy
tomorrow.
birthday for sure. Well, we're going to do that, and then we will stand then in recess for a lunch break. We'll return here at 12:15. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Oh, and our new hashtag, by the way, I'm sorry, is NCNG 911, not theory, but battle tested.
All right, good afternoon. We're going to get started if a minute or two late. We're going to move on in our agenda this afternoon, if we could settle in. A final call, all aboard. The boarding door is closing. Now, thank everyone. We'll reconvene this study committee on Next Generation 911, and I want to ask and call to the microphone to do our introductions. Representative Teddy Reese from Columbus. He's going to tell us. You have other speakers that I don't have on my list here, so I'm going to let you do those introductions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we're just coming back for lunch, but we need everybody to stay awake. If you need to stand up and stretch, feel free to do so. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership. And thank you to my colleagues for the Georgia House for giving me this opportunity to present today before the committee with the team that I have here. I have Michael with me from Valdosta, and I also have Miss Tammy with me with United Way of Central Georgia. I also want to take this opportunity, I know he's not here, but to thank our speaker for his leadership and leading us through these study committees this summer, some very important committees for the state of Georgia. When we think about 911, for me particularly, I think about a system that many Georgians have come to rely upon. One that people dial sometimes during the most troubling times in their lives, sometimes the most scariest times in their lives. And from what I have experienced personally, as well as through stories, is that we always have outstanding people, outstanding professionals on the other line that's there to help anybody that needs a call. So as we're going through the efficiency of our current 911 system, I wanted to talk today about outside factors that may come in and interfere with that, and how we have developed a system that's implemented now pretty much through all 50 states, except a few states where it's not 100%, and we are not one of those states that are not at 100%, and that's the 211 system. And what 211 does is it takes some of the pressure off of 911, especially during extreme times of emergencies like natural disasters or local disasters. And what it does is it gives people in the community another number that they can dial, one that they can remember to get the resources that they need during that time. So if you've gone through a hurricane like Hurricane Helene and you need a hot shower, or you need a meal, or you have a tree in the middle of your house and you're trying to mitigate the damages so that the insurance company will continue to cover the claim, hopefully, then that's the number that you can dial to get those resources. And I have Michael with me. He has a short presentation he's going to make and present some actual deeper numbers, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'm Michael Smith. I'm the CEO of the Greater Valdosta United Way. I got to present to y'all about disaster resiliency last year. I was chair of the United Ways of Georgia for 2022 and 2023 for the 28 United Ways. And I also serve on our National Advisory Board, and I'm a county commissioner for Lowndes County. And like I said, Tammy Collins is the vice president with Central Georgia United Way. United Way, there's 1,100 United Ways across the country, and also 37 countries also have United Way. $4 billion is raised and collected in the United States, with another $1 billion overseas. Georgia's around 100 to 150 million raised annually, and then redistributed out to critical nonprofits that many of y'all know, and we support their programs. Atlanta and Dallas battle about to be the biggest United Ways in the country. The history of 211 goes back many years, but really in 1997, United Way of Atlanta created that 3-digit number, and then of course in the 2000s, the FCC approved it. Right now, through the Public Service Commission, we have all counties under United Way control for 211 if we can implement and grow that call volume and get the funds to expand the coverage. Over the last couple of years, we've added probably 5 or 6 counties, slowly been piecing and expanding. That's what we really want to talk about is 911 and 211 along with 988. And you have slides in your packet. Some of the slides I've adjusted this morning, so they may not exactly be in line, but they're all still there. But we want to help keep non-emergency numbers off the 911 system, especially when you talk about moving into next gen 911 and the cost. Also constituent services. How many times do you have someone call for a need that you really don't know where to point them in the right direction, whether that's childcare, transportation, healthcare, government programs, agency? That's where a well-functioning 211 system works and operates. The network, local 211s, there's 220 plus, 18 million calls last year. Peak of that was COVID, around 20 million across the country. And of course, it's call, text, web chat. It's a lot of forms. And I'll talk a little bit more about North Carolina and Florida, but other 211 centers can take call volume off damaged 211s. When Hurricane Ian hit Fort Myers, Michigan picked up some of their call volume there when they were offline. This is a key slide to see how the connectivity of 211, 988, 911 work together to, in the future, hopefully hand off calls to people that are, having a mental health crisis because they are not okay because of stresses with utility bills, healthcare, or transportation. Non-emergency 911 calls that aren't life-threatening can be directed to 211 for support. Now, let's be honest, if you're having a healthcare issue, if you're having issues with a special needs child, if you're facing eviction, then you're dealing with an emergency yourself. It's just not a 911 level emergency. Our United Way, we do direct services, so we see a lot of calls, and we have been talking to a lot of people that are really hopeless and struggling, and directing them to 988 so they can talk to that counselor and therapist. And we even help promote in the South Georgia area the 988 number through billboards and radio ads, thanks to Resilient Georgia funding support. So here's some data for 211 across the country. It's not just pointing people in the right direction. It's a lot of case management and wraparound services, because if someone's calling about food insecurity, they also may have childcare, transportation, or other healthcare issues. A lot of 211s in different parts of the country, especially Connecticut and Florida, they also answer 988 calls. Texas runs and operates their own 211 system. Many states support funding of 211, either through a set budgetary line item, or have a mechanism for named disasters to increase funding and support to take on that call volume. So here's a little bit more about the history of 211. Like you said, 24/7 coverage, 180 plus languages. And I'll show you the map of Georgia soon. So some key data points of the value of the 211 for 911 systems. Helping divert the 911 calls to 211 saves time, information, and of course points people in the right direction for resources that are available at the time, and of course government programs, even veteran services and things like that can be called through that easy number. And we've seen how much of a value 988 has been with suicide and mental health crisis, having an easy number that people can remember and support. So here's some of the top referrals nationwide for 211. Of course, housing and homelessness is an issue that's facing every community and every across our state and the country. And of course, we're seeing more issues for referral for food relief recently. So here's how the network stacks up: 211 coverage, no 211 coverage, and coming soon. My area of South Georgia, 11 counties, is in the coming soon. We're working hard to close that gap, but you can see Georgia, even though Atlanta created it, we're the least covered, about 75% of the population of Georgia, which leaves about 80 counties and 1.5 million people not covered. So when you factor in that we don't have 211 coverage, along with Next Gen 911, there's a lot of gaps, especially when you talk about disaster response and recovery. Recently, Illinois, Chicago area came on board a year and a half ago, so that closed the gap for 9 million people in the Chicago metro area to now have access to 211. Here's the different 211 map and call centers for the area. You see Central Georgia in orange. You see my territory that's still not covered, but that's the territory we're working to close the gap in. Recently, the Chattahoochee Valley United Way, which Teddy is involved with, has added a call center. So capacity has increased, but mainly your call centers are Atlanta, Columbus, Augusta, Savannah, with some smaller ones spread out. But your major metros have this service. But you see in a lot of the rural communities, especially areas that Helene touched, there is no coverage and information for support and resources. So examples of 211 response to disasters. Like you said, Hurricane Matthew, Florence, Helene, the Kentucky tornadoes and flood. I serve on our national subcommittee for 211, so I hear a lot of the success stories of how other states are being funded and how their 211 centers are operating. Just as an example, during COVID, Connecticut, with their 211 system, they were so well set up, they were routing food deliveries to food banks and vaccinations to vaccination sites based on their 211 call volume for different areas of the state. So they had real-time data that they could give to state elected leaders and department heads to route food deliveries and vaccinations based on the needs. So this is Valdosta, South Georgia. Of course, we had Hurricane Idalia, Debbie, and Helene all in a 13-month period that I helped respond to along with Red Cross, Second Harvest, Salvation Army, and many others. We got out $215,000 quickly. We've done another couple of $100,000 and $66,000 so far this year in utility rent and food support and re-granting out to other nonprofits. It was rough. Idalia, I say, was like running a 10K, and then Helene was like trying to compete an Ironman. It was we thought Idalia was bad, and we were the only really county area in Georgia affected by Idalia. It was Florida and then right in South Georgia, but Helene changed everything. And then Debbie hit us just a little bit, but we're still recovering, and there's a lot of trauma and storm PTSD for students and kids especially, but even for families and business owners that had their house damaged and then just got it repaired and then had other devastation. But when people don't know who to call, they're going to call 911, even if it's not the right number to call, because people want to hear somebody's voice, they want to connect, and they're just looking for answers. And that's where a well-functioning 211 can help with that support. So here's some other of the things that 211 values: the social determinants of health, working closely with our healthcare system to have that real-time data of what the calls and needs are, point people the right direction, pandemic response, disaster preparedness, housing assistance, and of course, everything has to be data-driven. And so having that real-time call data and locational data is helpful when you're trying to make effective and conservative use of taxpayer dollars to make sure they're effectively used and targeted for the right response. Right now, United Ways of Georgia are spending $5 million a year to run their 211 operations. There's really been no state support over the last 25 years and very little federal support. So it really comes from foundations, corporate support, and individual donations. But that 211, the infrastructure of information, is really more of a utility and a program that is hard to continue to fund, much less expand into rural communities just off donor support. We work closely with Family Connections, like I said, Resilient Georgia, and others. We've had conversations with GEMA, DBHDD, and some other state agencies over the last couple of years. As one, we're creating awareness. A lot of people don't know 211 exists in Georgia, even though it's critical in so many other states, but then also working to close the gaps. So one thing we're really trying to do is get some funding from the state to help close that 1.5 million in 80 counties in rural Georgia, and then have that mechanism in place where if there is a named disaster, that there's funding and support that goes in to handle the extra call volume. North Carolina 211, I talked to their state director on the way up here. They run a great operation. They process 16,000 missing person calls for the 911 and the system and governor's office when that went down, and they have a state-run operation with their 211 that can route calls to different areas too. So there's a lot of things that we can learn from some of our neighboring states about how to get information and resources to the people in the most need at the quickest and effective way possible. So, Teddy, anything else?
No, I think that's it. I want to thank you for your time, the time you allotted us today, Mr. Chairman. Any questions for any of my colleagues? Come on, Tim.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to tell you, obviously, we're not the Appropriations Committee today, but we did want to hear you guys as it kind of hand in glove fits with the 911 thing. And of course, Chairman Hatchett and to, how to bring up the conversation around that.
Absolutely. And, when we spoke, Mr. Chairman, I shared with you that I felt it was important that we have this conversation here so that the committee would understand that as you look at making 911 more effective and more efficient, there are outside factors that sometimes can be a part of that. And I think 211 would be a phenomenal system with helping us streamline that. And I see many of our service workers in the audience right now shaking their head. Yes, so we are going to take this to Chairman Hatchett. I've had conversations with him about it. But we just want to come and say thank you for the work that you're doing because 911 is so critical. Yes, sir.
For whoever would like to answer it. Thank you again for coming back and sharing this information. It was incredibly important last time. One question that I had, as far as these call centers in the areas and the districts, where are they at? Because I know you talk about having local expertise. Like, how many of these centers and call centers are there?
Well,
throughout
if
the
you
state?
go back to that slide, like Macon, Atlanta answers the calls for Macon and Athens, but Savannah has their own call center, Columbus has their call center, Albany area has a call center, Atlanta has a big call center, Dalton has a call center, Floyd now has a call center, and then, like I said, Columbus has a call center.
So when you say Columbus has a call center, even though it's based here in Muskogee County, we take calls for this entire region. So
Okay.
the gray areas are the parts of the state where we currently do not have any coverage yet.
Along with my red area that we're working to come on.
But that's anticipatory, right?
That's right.
Right.
We've been working hard on it.
So where I'm at up there in the bottom of Region 4 in Butts County, does that mean our calls go to Atlanta and
Yes, yeah, the greater Atlanta United Way covers Butts County. And recently, like Macon just picked up Griffin and Griffin and Spalding under there. And so we've slowly been ticking off counties, but it's been off, donor and corporate support. And it's hard for metro areas to pick up more rural areas off the donor base that mainly comes out of the metro areas. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. But some of these rural communities have the least amount of resources and the least amount of information. And one thing I do want to speak on, a lot of people, especially in human trafficking, domestic violence, child abuse, they're hesitant to call 911, but they would call 211 for that. And a lot of your domestic violence shelters, like the one that's in Valdosta, covers 9 counties. But people in these rural communities don't know that there's coverage and help for them because it's not in their community. So It's a lot of directing people to where resources and help are, even it may be 3 or 4 counties away, but you still have a right to be covered and supported where you live.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If you recall, Hurricane Helene cut a path here from South Georgia up towards Augusta, Richmond County. The Augusta area, they were really able to kick in and help with resources and helping people identify meals and where they can get baths and get water, because even water was a premium. The essentials that we need to survive. And to everyday people, it is an emergency. That's an emergency for them, but it's not a 911 type emergency. So we do understand that some education is going to be a key component to moving forward with 211. But right now, we just want Georgia to be fully covered. It was founded in Georgia. We should be 100% covered. And right now, we're the least covered state in the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Representative. Doug, you with us? Ready to go? Bring us good message from the Association of County Commissioners.
Yes, sir. I come bearing good news. First, I'd just like to say thank y'all for your leadership and partnership that we've been able to have with y'all with the House and the Senate. But I'd especially like to give a shout out to Jika and Jima, Greg Whitaker, Alicia, Amy, Now we're on, as well as Skylar and Anna. They've been such a tremendous help, and we've come through this. From last session, it was voted on by our membership that this was the #1 priority, Next Gen 911. That's carried into this session again, and we're looking forward to the work. But I did want to have some few comments and set the stage for y'all, and just let you know our membership has supported and thinks the best pathway forward for us is. So, as y'all know, Next Generation 911 is not just a technical or technology upgrade, it's a step in protecting Georgia's citizens and in strengthening local resilience. Our current 911 system is limited to voice calls. Next Generation 911 is an IP-based network. That network delivers faster routing, redundancy during outages, stronger cybersecurity, and true droppable across county lines. The legacy platform is no longer sufficiently supported. It's costly. And the telecommunication company will begin phasing out this current technology, making the current system obsolete in maybe 2 to 3 years or sooner. Next Generation 911 is the new platform that will carry us into the future. It takes advantage of the technology available today and on our mobile phones and technology coming in the future. Georgia has taken important steps this past year with the passage of HB 423 and initial state budget investment, but counties still bear the largest costs. Migration, GIS, cybersecurity training, and ongoing operations, while also maintaining the current legacy system until every 911 center transitions. In effect, the local governments already have skin in the game, and we view this as a natural match component for state investment. The urgency is real, as we talked about earlier with Hurricane Helene, caused widespread outages and exposed the weaknesses of our legacy system. If we had the Next Generation 911, we've talked with our partners in North Carolina and Alabama about this, that the capabilities that we would have been able to had done to pivot, be adaptable to outages and reroute calls would have been incredibly cost savings, life saving, and just something that I think really showed us how much we need to make this a priority. So counties need this system, reduces time in taking to locate callers, ensure routing jurisdictions when one center is overloaded, like I said, supports text and multimedia. We do recommend from our membership in ACCG that increasing the 911 fee, but with the clear statutory guardrail. Every new dollar must go towards building and sustaining Next Generation 911, not salaries, benefits, or overhead. Public trust is critical in this endeavor. Georgians pay the 911 fee with the expectation that it goes towards building and maintaining the system that protects their families. If those dollars are diverted for salaries, benefits, or general overhead, that trust will be broken. Fee diversion, which has already been spoken about earlier today, has already drawn federal scrutiny in other states, costing them credibility and even federal funding. Georgia must not make that mistake. The public pays this fee with the expectation it funds infrastructure. Diverting this would be a break of trust and risk federal penalties. Dedicating the fee to 911 ensures accountability, transparency, and measurable progress, including fiber routes built, PSAPs migrated, GIS data sets completed, and cybersecurity in place. The added revenue buys a statewide EZNet, like we've talked about. The next-gen capability of call handling, authoritative GIS, cybersecurity monitoring, multimedia readiness, and telecommunication training. To manage this responsibility, we propose a dedicated fund administered by JICA with county representation, annual public reporting, and periodic fee reviews that can include indexing for inflation. The cost delay is steep. Each year without Next Generation 911 is another year of failures during disasters, another year counties must pay to patch legacy systems, and another year costs climb higher. Counties are committed partners. We see Next Generation as the most important investment Georgia can make to ensure faster, more accurate responses and shared resilience that rural counties cannot achieve. A transparent, dedicated fee increase will finish what HB 423 started and give Georgia families and first responders the most advanced, resilient, and communication system possible. Really appreciate y'all's consideration in bringing up this topic, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Crow. we're excited about it. We want to be partners. We're here, and happy to answer any questions in regards to counties, or maybe defer that to Alicia for the expert opinion.
Alicia spoke to me before the meeting, and she said she was resting during this one.
Did she?
So you're on your own.
She called in sick just for this one.
No, she didn't call in sick. She's back there, with us all the way.
Yeah.
But no, we will have her back again, I'm sure on meeting 3. But she got the day off today. She's a listener.
Understood.
Any questions for the gentleman? Chairman Crowe.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your help thus far. You've been really a lot of help with information and guiding this discussion, not just in this study committee, but in the one we did last year as well.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the recommendation from your membership was to increase the 911 fee specifically to implement Next Gen 911.
Correct. The increased revenue.
And not for, the diversion things, to really focus on the implementation of Next Gen 911. Have y'all talked at all, has your membership talked at all about any recommendations as far as numbers, or have y'all, I know y'all have been working on this quite a while with
Yeah,
Alicia
and
them,
I would probably defer to GEEK on that. There have been numbers. I know they're Mission Critical is a consulting company that's kind of doing a state or countrywide scan for us to kind of see the nuances for all that, is because some states 911 fees have a much broader, where you can use resources for different things. Some are tight. So I think that's kind of what we're trying to figure out, of what we are able to spend on without being fee divergent for anything, for benefits or anything like that, and then seeing kind of what's the best pathway forward. So we'll continue to work on that. I know we'll keep y'all up to date weekly as we kind of get those numbers and suggestions to you guys as the appropriators and legislators. So yeah, I don't have a number for you today though.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. No, I thought you had, you're
Well,
recognized.
I was sitting over here just thinking so hard. All right, so this is the number one objective of ACCG in the legislative 26 year. Is that correct?
It was last year's top priority. It is top 3 of this coming priority.
And so recognizing there can be some cost to the counties involved in this, your county commissioners still put it in the top 3, recognizing this could
Yes,
impact
ma'am.
their budgets.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's important to know. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not putting you on the spot, but I'm glad that the chair lady got that out, because I think this is, as I said when we were up in Rawlsville City Hall, this is a all-in effort from everybody. I mean, you talk about county budgets and state budgets, it all comes from Georgians.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it might come $1.50 a month and, per thing, and be getting some back now, or it comes back from revenue that the state raises. But this is Georgia money, and it's to put something in place. You've spoken very eloquently and to the point, Doug, today on it's important that we do this from Georgia. It's important that we do this, if we can, with the money we're getting now, and we put it in place for the folks.
Yes, sir.
And try to take as little money, more money as we have to. But I appreciate the partnership you've offered so far, and I thank you for being here today, and look forward to talking to you again.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Mr. Waller, you want to talk to us about the Georgia Municipal Association's take on this? Mr. DJ Waller. Those y'all are around while he's warming up there, we're going to have the 2 of them wrestle outside, because it's always good to see our cities and counties getting along. They're getting along so good in here. We're going to let them wrestle when we get outside.
We actually rode together. So.
Oh, there you go. I love it when a plan. See, I'm telling you, when you're doing something good for the folks, everybody comes together.
Absolutely.
Mr.
Absolutely.
Waller.
Well, thank y'all again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the community, for allowing me to speak today. I am DJ Waller with the Georgia Municipal Association. We represent all 536 cities in the state of Georgia, and we're happy to be here, happy to support. I know you're already familiar with Next Gen 911, so I won't spend much time explaining it today. What I'd like to do is share what this transition means for cities. Counties operate most of the 911 centers, and for cities, the shift is still in the planning and preparation stage. That means the challenges and the opportunities are just beginning. There are less than 20 city-operated PSAPs, in the state, so the counties are taking the lead on that. Cities today are maintaining the current system while looking ahead to Next Gen 911. In many places, that means investing staff time and resources into readiness, even though the new network is not live yet. For example, departments like planning and public works are now heavily involved in GIS updates because accurate addressing is essential to Next Gen 911. Those investments improve 911 readiness, but they also help with things like permitting, sanitation routing, and elections. And I will say we've been stressing the importance of GIS to all of our members at our district meetings around the state and working with the Georgia Geospatial Information Office to help with that as well. When most people hear 911, they imagine emergencies like break-ins or violent incidents. In reality, the day-to-day call volume in cities look very different. A large share of the calls coming into local 911 centers involve quality of life issues, public order concerns, or situations that require assistance but are not life-threatening. Whether it's a noise complaint, a suspicious person, a stranded motorist, or a welfare check, these calls still require trained staff, clear information, and a quick response. This steady flow of nonviolent, non-emergency calls shapes the daily workload for dispatchers and local police far more than the high-profile emergencies do. The workforce challenge is not new, but it becomes more important as Next Gen 911 approaches. Across the country, a quarter of 911 positions remain vacant. Cities know that when this transition happens, telecommunicators will be handling more complex tasks, from interpreting GIS maps to managing text, photo, and video. Even though the technology is not in place everywhere yet, cities are already thinking about how to recruit, train, and support the next generation of 911 professionals. When the time comes, the system will only work if the chair is filled with someone trained to use it. Another reason cities are preparing is resiliency. Legacy systems are aging, harder to maintain, and sometimes vulnerable to outages. Next Gen 911 promises the stronger networks with redundancy so that calls can be rerouted if something goes wrong. Even though counties operate most PSAPs, all taxpayers, including city and county residents, are paying for 911. Everyone sees the $1.50 fee on their phone bill, and when that is not enough, both cities and counties cover the gap through their general funds. How those responsibilities are divided is negotiated through service delivery strategy agreements. Next Gen 911, even at the preparation stage, has become another item on that table. These conversations are not always easy, but they are important because they ensure residents are treated fairly no matter where they live. From the city perspective, the focus is simple. Our residents are paying in, and when a transition comes, they deserve the same reliable service whether their 911 call is answered in a city or a county center. That is why cities support the move to Next Gen 911 and support our county partners who operate the majority of 911 centers. We're in this together, and the progress of one benefits all. The preparation stage is especially difficult for smaller cities. Larger metro areas have IT teams, GIS departments, bigger budgets. Smaller cities often do not. Sometimes one staff member is wearing multiple hats, updating zoning maps, keeping up with the addresses, and now also preparing for 911 data. These cities want to be ready for Next Gen 911, but the lift is heavier when the resources are limited. This makes collaboration through SDS and support from statewide initiatives even more important. It ensures that residents in small towns get the same reliable service as those in larger communities. What is clear is that Next Gen 911 is not just about technology. It's about public safety because it will eventually mean faster and more accurate responses. It's about finance because cities are paying for preparation while still funding legacy systems. It is about technology because cybersecurity and resiliency must be built in from day one. It is about governance because cities and counties are working through SDS strategy to figure out how this system will be delivered. So while most cities are not yet on Next Gen 911, the preparation is already shaping how we operate and how we plan for the future. For residents, the expectation is simple. When they dial or text 911, it works. They do not see the behind-the-scenes GIS updates, the staffing challenges, or negotiations that go along. They just want help to come quickly. Georgia has made steady progress. JICA has provided great leadership and planning at the state level, and cities and counties are laying the groundwork every day. From the city perspective, Next Gen 911 is not a distant idea. It's something that we're actively preparing for right now, and when a transition does happen, it will become one of the most significant improvements in public safety our state has ever seen. So thank you for your chance to share this perspective, and I'm glad to answer any questions, as long as they're not tough.
You got a bunch of softballs coming at you today here. Chairman Crow's got something on his mind.
Yeah, I didn't write it down fast enough. How many city,
They're less than 20, I think it's about 16 or 17, correct me if
17 cities and then one contracted for
about 17.
21 cities.
Okay, so 4 cities jointly contract with one private company, and then there's 17 others? Okay, and we have 100, I think, I remember from a previous meeting, 157, 156? 156, okay. All right, thank you. No problem.
All right, I don't know how much of a softball this is, so I apologize in advance, DJ. But, all right, so you said there's 500
36.
cities that exist in the state of Georgia, and there's only roughly 17 that have their own 911 centers. That means all the other 500 plus cities are utilizing county or regional 911 centers, correct? And from that, you might not know this off the top of your head, but is there funding that's going from the cities to these operating systems that you're aware of, or is this all county budget that's paying for these 911 centers?
I'm not 100% correct. I'm 100% sure. I think most of that is negotiated through SDS. I'm not 100% sure on that.
It varies county
yeah,
by county.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Of those centers, how large, I mean, I know we went to Roswell at our last committee meeting. Are they primarily in metro areas where these cities are located that have their own
Yes,
PSAPs?
they are.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think somebody from JICA, phone a friend.
Okay, Rich, I was gonna let you have the day off, but if you got something to do. No, I just want to get you to a microphone for the people that are listening, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry to bring you in on your day off.
No, it's okay. I have kids. I'm used to that. There are no days off. So what you'll see is in the data that we've compiled, there are some IGAs where some cities are paying for those services. But what you see more widely is that the 911 revenue is still being collected within the city's jurisdiction. And either one of two things happens. Either the money is then given to the city, who then turns that over to the county, or they sign an agreement where the funding that is being collected within the city's jurisdiction is automatically remitted to the county's banking account.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That explains that. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. You did great.
I'd leave if I were you. I think
All right,
that was a
good to
good
go.
one. No,
Thank y'all.
DJ, I'm serious. After lunch, you have to lighten it up, keep people going. Yeah. I do. I appreciate you guys as well. I know the city that I live in has one up. Alpharetta has a 911 center. I think that answers calls for Alpharetta and the city of Milton. So they team up and do those sorts of things. So we look forward to continuing to work with you guys. And it's just, it warms my heart to see the county, GMA and ACCG riding in the same car together.
If you see Doug on
we
the
may
side
see
of
if we can get the
75.
sheriff to give you a. we may see if we can get the sheriff to give you all a police escort out of the county here. All
right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we're going to move now. And let me apologize. I looked down at the agenda and thought we were supposed to be back in here at 12:30, and we were supposed to be here at 12:15. So my apologies to everybody in the audience for that. But we're getting back on track here. We're going to move on now to some folks from the 911 community that have come down to tell us a little bit about their personal experiences, how this affects us. The first one we have from Houston County here. Mickey, am I right? Is that Quinones? Yes. You are here on deck, just so that you can get ready, from Sumter County, David Baldwin, and then from the Georgia chapter of the National Emergency Number Association, Tamika Kendrick. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning and welcome to Houston County. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Mickey Quinones, and I am currently with the Houston County Sheriff's Office, assigned as the 911 Director. I'm a 34-year veteran of 911 communications. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about a critical issue affecting the safety of every resident of our state, the modernization of our 911 emergency system known as NextGen 911. We live in a world of smartphones, smartwatches, GPS, and instant communications. From the app on my phone, I can order an Uber, whether I'm right here at Central Georgia Tech or downtown London, get food delivered, track a package with pinpoint accuracy, all from the palm of my hand. But what people don't know, that when it comes to an emergency, Uber may be able to find you faster than 911. Today, when we dial 911, the technology we're relying on is decades old. It's a system built in the late 1960s, designed for a world of landlines and rotary phones, not cell phones. The current 911 telephony infrastructure is a relic of the past, an analog system that runs on copper phone lines that struggle to keep up with the demands of our digital age. It's like having a brand new computer and trying to connect to the internet on a dial-up modem. When you make a call from a cell phone, the system uses antiquated triangulation methods of cell phone towers to narrow down your location. In most cases, this initial location will not be exact and can take upwards of a minute to even narrow down an estimated distance. This can be slow and inaccurate, costing precious seconds, even minutes, when an emergency every moment counts. In May of 2025, Governor Kemp signed into law House Bill 423 that establishes the path forward for a statewide 911 system that will finally allow the state of Georgia to join most of our nation in providing our citizens with what they expect when they need to call 911. There are currently 156 911 centers in the state of Georgia. I certainly cannot speak on the financial specifics of each center, but I can speak to my center in Houston County. In 1990, the Georgia General Assembly passed legislation permitting local governments to collect a 911 fee on landlines of residents and businesses within their county. This is an article from March 1991 that was published in the Macon Telegraph regarding the upcoming collection of 911 fees in Houston County. The collection was to begin in March, and it had been decided that the monthly charge would be $1.50 per line. Yes, $1.50 per line. The very same amount we still collect today, 34 years later. Today, Houston County is the 12th largest county in the state of Georgia. Our population has increased by 15% over the last 10 years, and we are expected to grow by another 5% by 2030. For Houston County, we are a consolidated dispatch center. We receive and dispatch for all 9 public safety agencies in Houston County and have 53 on staff. 911 fees cover 71% of our $6.4 million budget. The other 29% is divided amongst the county for the unincorporated areas and the 3 municipalities within our jurisdiction. The contributions are based on the number of calls for service for their respective agencies each year. Of our $6.4 million budget, 81% covers personnel cost and 19% covering operations and training. We are fortunate. We have good fiscal conservatism amongst our local delegation, and their understanding of our needs in serving the citizens of Houston County have always been supported. Houston County is home to the Georgia National Fair and Agri Center located in Perry. It spans over 1,100 acres, a multi-purpose complex used for a wide range of events year-round, including fairs, concerts, trade shows, and livestock events. Last year, the Georgia National Fair saw just shy of 550,000 people in attendance within a 10-day period. Also, the fair starts Thursday, just so you know. I-75 runs from the north end of our county to the south end, and trust me when I say very few people pay attention to where they are when they're traveling. Location-based calling, geofencing, and other technology of Next-Gen 911 will aid us tremendously in being able to establish the location of emergencies. My center is responsible for coordinating all public safety communications for the fairgrounds during the fair, 24/7 for the 10-day duration. This year, we reached out to the state to see if we could use one of the portable Mevo phone kits to field the 911 calls that are initiated from the campus of the fairgrounds. This would have enabled the communication officers assigned to the fair detail to receive these calls and provide a more timely and accurate response to any emergency. We were told that EZNet was required for the specific task of geofencing for the phone system to isolate those 911 calls, and therefore would not work for us. Another experience we've had in Houston County is within the last several months, to no fault of our own, we have lost phone service on our 11 phone lines that receive our non-emergency lines, or calls on commonly referred to as 10-digit lines. These lines are critical as monitoring centers for alarm systems, including medical alarms, are not located within our county limits, therefore requiring them to call our 10-digit number when they receive an alarm activation. Without these lines, we cannot receive these alarm activations, we cannot attempt to call back callers, we cannot dial out, and this means we cannot send help. The outages are all due to antiquated telephony equipment that phone companies are struggling to keep up and keep running. To the vendor, these 11 lines are just business lines and carry no real priority. We have since transitioned these phone lines into fiber and changed vendors, providing us with local vendor access and the urgency we require. The move was also prompted by the fact that our previous vendor advised us that for every year we did not upgrade from copper phone lines, our phone bill would increase by 33%. I can't help but wonder about the rural counties built around agriculture and farmland that are so crucial to our state. What about the counties that have seen population decrease over the last 5 or 10 years with no expected increase soon? Their smaller populations cannot produce enough 911 funds to pay for new equipment, upgrades, or personnel. Yet their citizens will expect them to know exactly where they are when they call, receive text messages, pictures, and videos, all things that come with NextGen 911. 911 is a lifeline not only expected from our citizens, but it is the key to public safety as a whole. Without 911, the vital link of communications would be missing, thus crippling the entire emergency response system. The funding for NextGen 911 must be realized, and the most obvious resource is the 911 fee. As you have heard this morning, our neighboring states of North Carolina and Alabama both have thriving state 911 systems. In North Carolina, during Hurricane Helene, no 911 calls were dropped due to outages or centers being down. 911 centers were able to transfer their calls to other centers, allowing for emergencies to still be answered. South Georgia and other areas affected by Hurricane Helene were not as fortunate. Systems were down and calls could not be received. Today, we're focusing on funding. How do we bring the state forward and provide its citizens with what they expect when they dial 911? The state's current primary funding mechanism is the monthly 911 fees collected from telephone service users. These fees, which are $1.50 per month for both non-prepaid and prepaid wireless services, are collected by the Georgia Department of Revenue and dispersed to local PSAPs. Increase those fees. It is way overdue. A key part to this is to ensure that these fees are used specifically and solely for 911. Designate a portion of these funds to be used to cover the cost of the transition, including a new IP-based network and core services for NextGen 911. Allow GECA to receive these designated portions and distribute it to its primary PSAPs based on baseline distributions, ensuring each PSAP receives a consistent level of funding for their operational needs, and population providing additional funding to those that serve a larger number of people, with another option of establishing a grant program for distribution of some of the funds. While state-level fees are critical, I encourage local governments to research intergovernmental shared costs amongst their respective municipalities and counties. Many jurisdictions already supplement their 911 fee revenue with funds from their general budget to cover personnel and operational expenses. But it is a model that works well in sharing costs with everyone that benefits from the duties handled by the PSAP. Local governments review the federal and state statutes on 911 fee collection and distribution. shore up fee diversion, and ensure that 911 fees are being used strictly to fund 911 PSAPs. A major cost saver should be the emphasis on a statewide standardized approach, a high-quality data platform that all PSAPs can use. The state can avoid the wasted tax dollars and redundancy of each jurisdiction creating its own system. This build it once and use it many ways approach makes the funding more efficient. The state of Georgia has been one of the last states to pass legislation for Next Gen 911. Ladies and gentlemen, we are way behind, but at least we are now in the ballgame. Today, our citizens build their lives based on the convenience of mobility and the digital age. The world has changed, the technology of communication has evolved, and our emergency response system must evolve with it. Next Generation 911 isn't just a new system. It's a system built for the way we live now. It will allow for us to text, send pictures, and even stream video to 911 dispatchers and gather much needed analytics. Information that could be incredibly used for first responders assessing the situation before they even arrive on scene. Next Generation 911 is an investment in the safety of our citizens and our future. It's an investment in a system that will save lives, improve response times, and provide our first responders with the tools they need to do their jobs effectively. It's time to move beyond the analog age and embrace the technology that can truly make a difference when it matters most. The money is there and long overdue. Uber, Uber Eats, Lyft, Instacart, Amazon, and DoorDash all prove one thing. The public is willing to pay for the convenience these businesses provide to their very busy lives. I bet they're willing to pay for their safety too. Thank you.
Ladies, take a question.
Sure, absolutely.
You have a question?
Just a couple. So in the very yellowed article that you had there, what year was that?
1991. The article was published in 1991.
Same year I graduated high school, strangely. Wow, that was a very long time ago.
Now you're making the chair mad.
My bad. A couple things I did want to highlight though, and just get some clarity on. So you'd mentioned $1.50 per month, and it hasn't changed since 1991. Do you have any idea? And if you need to phone a friend, that's fine too. How many more devices though are paying that $1.50 per month? I know the fee has not gone up, but I would say that the number of times that $1.50 is being paid has increased probably 4 to 5 fold since 1991.
And that is true. And I can tell you based on that article, at the time that article was written for Houston County, there was about 37,000. Our population has now increased to around 75,000. But even though the fee has increased, our staffing has had to increase, equipment expenses have gone up. So
that was 37,000 residents though, right?
Yes, at
not
the time,
households.
landlines. No, landlines for businesses and residents.
Okay, 37,000
Yes.
landlines. Okay, and now there's 100 and how many
79,000
devices being?
No, I'm sorry, that's our population.
Okay, so there's probably more devices than
Yeah,
that. So there's
yes.
probably, a few more than that. Okay. And you said that 71% of your budget was covered, and it's $6.3 million, I believe?
6.4.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's going to mess up my math I did over here, but we're going to swag it. And so if 80% of that is salaries, then that means 71% y'all are getting roughly almost $4.5 million in 911 fees, and your non-salary budget is about 1.3 million. And so the rest of that a little over 5.1 million is going to salaries.
But salaries, benefits, Social Security, everything that comes along with
Payroll.
Yes.
Okay, so just not salary, but payroll. Okay. And then lastly, So y'all, your 911 center falls under control of the sheriff's office.
Correct.
In Houston County. And this is actually probably going to be more of a question for my friend from Alabama because she's still here. There's a lot of different ways that it's done throughout the state. I know that, you know, I used to work at a 911 center in Butts County years and years ago before I went into the police department. And we fell under emergency services then, which then became the fire department. Then it became its own standalone agency now, which is what it is. But I know some places the sheriff's office, some places fire department or emergency services, some are standalone. Do you know, is that the same way in Alabama or North Carolina, some of our surrounding states? And you may, because you've dealt, you know, with so many other agencies, I'm sure, over the years in other states that whoever wants to answer that, I'm just curious of how that model works.
Go ahead.
I can quickly answer. At our last count of our 85 districts, 12 to 14 of them were under the control of law enforcement agencies or something other than autonomous standalone.
So the vast majority of the ones in Alabama are autonomous, their own standalone agencies. Okay. All right. I think that's all. Thank you.
All right.
One more. Chairman Camp.
Hi.
I was working in Lawrence County as of December 1991. And I do remember having to go to the little room and call Bell South to get an address because nothing came up. The phone number would come up and it wouldn't give an address. And so it was, as Chairman Martin said earlier, you know, how far past the Dairy Queen is the car accident? I totally get it. I wanted to ask, though, in your specific 911 center, do you have any idea the financial load it would be to upgrade to NG 911 for your center? Have you cost analyzed that?
We are currently, our call handling system is already in place and is next gen 911 capable. But no, beyond that, as far as having to connect to like the EZNet, no ma'am, I don't have those numbers with me.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate it. If you wouldn't mind, I promise I won't handle it, but I'd love to read, to just like see that article.
Oh,
not that I don't believe you what it says.
I have copies if you.
Yeah, a copy would be great. I was going to say that should be like in a museum or somewhere for these youngsters to come and look at it one day when they're. So, hey, we're going to go ahead while we're handing that, Mr. Baldwin, if you're ready for us. Yeah.
I brought you my own PowerPoint.
Oh, there you go. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is David Baldwin. I enlisted as a commissioner for Sumter County, and I do serve in that capacity as chairman of the board. However, today I'm here more as a first responder. For the last 10 plus years, I've been a volunteer firefighter, and I'm a captain with the fire department. I'm not going to speak as much to the need for the next gen 911 system because, quite honestly, what I've heard so far, I think kind of makes it clear that it's very necessary. I've been on multiple calls where we've had to find someone in the woods who's lost. We've had vehicles run off the roadway and they're in the woods somewhere. And, you know, the dispatcher's doing everything they can to get you to the call. But if you can't see the vehicle from the roadway, it makes it kind of difficult. And the geolocation would be very helpful of that, as well as in some boating accidents that we've responded to. Sumter County is a charter member of the Middle Flint Regional E911 Authority, and the PSAP is located in Ellaville, Georgia. This center now serves 8 counties, and while I do not represent the authority in this case, I am using them as an example for my talk today. Also, one of my duties within the fire department, I'm a bit of a radio geek, so I kind of got elected to be the radio guy for the fire department. My wife keeps wondering how I got that job. Me too. My issue, my concern, I should say, is next gen 911 will help rural counties in ways that it will not benefit some of the larger counties. because we don't have necessarily the resources to get out and to do things that larger counties do. My concern is whether the rural counties will be able to afford it. In the spreadsheet that I gave you, and I received this information from the director of our 911 center, you can see that in the last 6 years, we're expecting our PSAP revenue from the telephone fee to drop by a total of 10%. So while I think there was as Chairman Crow mentioned, there was a spike in devices, people are turning off their home phones. My own personal business has been explained to y'all earlier today. My own personal business, we used to have 10 phone lines. We have one data line. We use VoIP, so we pay $1.50 where we used to pay $15. I think those have kind of led us to the point that the revenue is starting to drop, especially for our areas. Plus the fact we do have some loss of population within the 8 counties that we're in. You can actually see I'll use Webster County as my neighbors next door. For 2024, a total revenue of $42,000. There's no way they can operate even a dispatcher just for that amount, not to mention the technology that goes along with it. And you can see there for 2025, the 911 telephone fee is expected to be 57% of the income. That other 43% is made up of counties contributing from general funds. In answer to Chairman Camp's question, at least in our area, the cities do not participate in that. The county takes all that on their shoulders. Again, I strongly represent, there's the talk about
do you mind if I ask you a question?
Please.
When you say the county takes all those, so that county pays that out of the general fund.
Yes,
so
sir.
even the people in the cities pay into that county general fund, though, right?
That's correct.
So in reality, it comes out of the county budget, but it's come from the whole county.
That's correct.
City, okay. I just wanted to make sure. In my county, there used to be special service districts that the county had, and the cities didn't. So I just wanted to make sure if it was paid by the county, all the residents in the county, whether they live in a municipalized area or not, or okay, thank you.
So our 911 authority, and there's a legal issue to be decided, hopefully sometime this year, that we're working on now. I believe our center serves 40-something fire departments. Some of those are city fire departments. We run the sheriff's office as far as their dispatch is concerned, and then we also handle that for municipalities. So there is some question there from a legal standpoint that I hope gets answered sooner than later as to the additional services that are being provided to the city beyond the county-wide services, whether the cities are going to have to participate there or not. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to ask this question in the
Please.
middle of your presentation. I was curious, in 2020, it was 77%. In 2025, it's 57%. Have the numbers changed? This is the state funding, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so did the numbers change or did your expenses go up?
Well, we can't hire, back when the 911 fee was brought in, you could hire a dispatcher for $6 or $7 an hour. Now it's up around $17 to $20 an hour.
Well,
so expenses have gone up because you can't hire a dispatcher for that anymore.
Okay, but it looks like the total amount of money you're getting from 911 fees has gone down by $500,000.
Well, no, I'm sorry. 2025, if you'll see out to the side of it, 2025 is not over yet. That is 9 months. So I have annualized the number that is highlighted next to it.
Okay, so
we expect it to be around 1.37.
Right, but still in 2020 it was 1.5, and in 2025 it's going to be 1.3. So you're receiving less of the 911 fees. Is that because the population decreases, or what is the reason for that?
I haven't been given an answer to that.
Yeah.
There's less phones, there's less, I mean,
You have less people.
we're a rural area. I think Webster County's population is 2,500 people.
Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you.
I think it's actually a combination of the two, to be honest with you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, and to summarize, I was just hoping that in working with the fees, as you can see, our 911 center in the rural areas rely on the $1.50 fee, not only for technology, but to make payroll. So if there were going to be a separate fee or a raise in the fee, that the one that we have already does not get taken away from us as it stands now. I'll also bring up, and I say this as a firefighter, as my oldest son who is a law enforcement, there's been a attention to the 911 fee by some other organizations wanting to use it for the retirement fund. I participate in the firefighters retirement fund. My son participates. But our dispatchers are first responders as well. And to me personally, I feel that taking the 911 fee away from the 911 center and the PSAPs is kind of doing a disservice to our first responders that are telecommunicators. Any questions?
Sir, I appreciate it. I hear what you're saying here, and I will just add this one thing is, while there's been a suggestion today that the $1.50 be increased, and that may carry the day. Our job was to look at the funding of it,
right?
And one of those things may be, and I don't want to project one person's opinion here, but it may be that the $1.50 is not the only revenue source for it. For instance, sometimes there, you mentioned the 10 lines, congratulations on it for your business, but there may be, hey, a business fee pays $10 a month. I mean, because your business has people, I don't know what that is.
We still have 12 telephones.
No, right. You're still making those, the point is you still have the same number of people working there. So in theory, you have the same proportionate chance of needing the 911. So I don't say that to just go grabbing money, but the reason we were here to look at the funding of the Next Gen 911 is we may have outgrown the per device, whatever that amount is. That may not be the way to do it in 2025.
Right.
So you bring up an excellent point. I just want to, you bring up an excellent point there. And we're not constrained to the changing of the $1.50. I mean, it's possible we do something somewhere else and the $1.50 goes to $1.40, right? I mean, so that's what we're trying to get our hands around, a sustainable revenue source to upgrade to Next Gen 911 that works in all 159 counties.
Gotcha.
You bring up another great thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Population, that's great. I really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Crowe.
Just ballpark this if you can. So the Middle Flint Regional 911 Center covers 8 counties. Can you guesstimate off the top of your head what the population is in those 8 counties?
Just under 100.
Okay.
Sumter County by itself, I can tell you, is around 29.5, and we're the largest of the 8 counties.
Okay. So just under 100,000, and y'all are getting, now you're down to about, you're gonna be at 1.375 million.
Roughly.
So yeah, to Chairman Martin's point, just to kind of, what I think we're here to do also is to look at what that fee is, the amount. But I think we also need to take a look at how we are deploying that fee as well. Because y'all are now going to be able to cover 57% of your budget that's covering 8 counties, where others are going to have 71% of their budget covered in one county. And I know it's a bigger county, and their population for that one county is bigger than these 8, but it's still
money's still money.
Well, and equipment still costs, and they've already got, not to penalize them for doing well, but they've already got a next gen ready system. And I'm assuming that y'all have a next gen ready system? No? Okay.
We've actually got equipment, as I have been told, that we have to replace in the next year or so. That's not even related to Next Gen 911.
Okay, so it's going to not be serviceable anymore?
Correct. It's reached end of life.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you all. For those that don't know, I am Tamika Kendrick. I am the 911 Director in Henry County, also the immediate past president for Georgia NENA. As you are well aware, 911 is the backbone of our emergency response system. When someone dials 911, they are reaching out at their most vulnerable moment with the expectation of immediate help. Yet while our phones and communications tools have evolved rapidly, the technology behind our 911 system remains rooted in infrastructure designed more than half a century ago. This growing gap between what the public can do with their personal devices and what our emergency systems can receive is no longer a matter of convenience. It is a matter of life or death. The limitations of our legacy systems are stark. More than 80% of 911 calls now come from mobile phones, yet the system remains heavily reliant on voice-only calls. Think about a domestic violence victim who cannot safely speak but could discreetly send a text message. Imagine a hiker lost in a remote area whose voice description cannot provide the precise location that real-time GPS could instantly transmit. What about a crash victim whose injuries are best conveyed by a photo or video, allowing responders to prepare before they arrive on scene? In each of these scenarios, our current system is insufficient. Next Gen 911 provides these critical capabilities, but they cannot be realized without a complete modernization of our infrastructure. The urgency extends beyond individual incidents. Emergency response does not respect county or state boundaries. Today, 4 of the 5 states bordering Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, and South Carolina, operate statewide Next Gen 911 networks. Alabama has even provided phones to bordering counties in Georgia so calls can be transferred across state lines. Because most of Georgia's communication centers remain tied to legacy copper lines, we can only exchange audio, forcing communications officers to restart the process of gathering information and location after every transfer. These inefficiencies cost precious minutes, and in emergency response, minutes can mean the difference between life and death. In some cases, our 911 agencies are making critical decisions to prioritize funding for transitioning to Next Gen 911 over funding for vital things like employee training. Investing in Next Gen 911 will not only improve the speed and accuracy of our public safety response, it will provide responders with critical data, images, and video needed to arrive prepared and protected. This is as much about protecting our law enforcement officers, firefighters, and medical personnel as it is about protecting the residents we serve. It is about ensuring that our emergency response is equipped to meet modern threats and expectations. Funding, however, is the unavoidable challenge. When discussing funding, we cannot just talk about the initial funding of millions of dollars for each individual center. We must also discuss the recurring fees. Henry County pays approximately $60,000 annually. Transitioning to Next Gen 911 will raise that figure to $30,000 per month or $360,000 annually, a 6-fold increase. The same is true for Douglas County. Their estimated costs when they transition will be $525,000 annually. Other jurisdictions already operating Next Gen 911 confirm the scale of the cost. Cobb County reports their annual fees are $888,000. The City of Atlanta, $816,000, costs that cannot be sustained by our current 911 budgets. These are not inflated estimates. These are the reality we must prepare for with updating our 911 system into the modern era. The case for funding Next Gen 911 is therefore clear. It is not a discretionary upgrade, nor is it an optional enhancement. It is the foundation upon which we must build our public safety infrastructure for the next generation. Without action, we will continue to fall behind neighboring states, leaving our residents and first responders at a dangerous disadvantage. The call to action is urgent. We have a responsibility to protect our citizens, uphold the integrity of our emergency services, and ensure that when someone calls for help, the system is ready to respond with the best tools possible. NextGen 911 is not about technology for its own sake. It is about accountability, preparedness, life safety. It is about ensuring that no life is lost because we lack the capability to receive a text message, pinpoint a caller's location, or deliver critical information. The expected outcomes are tangible and profound. Faster response times, greater accuracy in locating callers, enhanced responder safety, seamless interoperability with neighboring jurisdictions, and a resilient, future-proof emergency communication system that reflects the strength, security, and preparedness of the state of Georgia. Supporting funding for NextGen 911 is the only prudent course of action. The investment may be substantial, but the cost of inaction is far greater, measured in lives, in delayed responses, in compromised safety, and in diminished public trust. The decision before us is not whether we can afford to fund NextGen 911, but whether we can afford not to. Before I go, one quick final thought. Communications officers, rightly recognized for their essential service, were graciously added several years ago to the Police Officers Annuity and Benefit Fund in Georgia. Definitely a worthwhile initiative. Georgia Fees sends 0.75% of our annual 911 revenue to the POAB to supplement communications officers' retirement. To date, in addition to the individual members' fees, Georgia 911 fees have contributed approximately $5.5 million. And projections suggest more than $20 million will be contributed before the first communications officer can reap the benefit of that fund. We have done our fair share, and we've contributed to that fund already.
Any questions? I guess you scared them. Oh, you got one. I gave you the way out, and now Chairman Crow's got the floor.
I
my
can't.
paper up and ran.
I can't pass up this opportunity. So, no, seriously, I did have a. I do thank you for being here, though. So, Tamika looked out for me for a lot of years when I was a young dumb cop in Henry County. So now I'm gonna. She's responsible for me still being here. So I mean, yeah, it kind of helped. You mentioned that your costs would go up to $360,000 per year. What is going to be the? I didn't catch what was going to be the actual driver of that increase. Is that to?
That's
Is that
the
going to be your
quote that
phone bill,
AT&T
basically?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the quote that AT&T gave me when I was writing this to come up here and talk.
Right.
I asked them what the difference in our pay, what we're paying now, and what we're going to pay, and that's the number they gave me.
60,000 to 360,000.
Yes,
Okay.
annually.
Okay. And do you know, just because I ask everybody else this, a ballpark of what the 911 fee that y'all receive, what percentage of your budget that covers
Salaries?
roughly? The budget, how much it covers, what percentage it covers, the 911 fee of your budget, do you know? Is it 70% of your budget covered by the 911 fee, 100% of it covered by the 911 fee?
100% of our budget is covered by 911.
Okay, so Henry County doesn't have to appropriate any other money to pay for the 911 services,
No.
so, okay. All right, cool. That's all.
Okay, we're going to move on now to. We're going to move on now to our public comment. I have Barry Woodward and Paula Whaley, I think. Did I get that right, Paula? Yes. Okay, so I have you two comment. If y'all want to head this way, I want to ask the gentlelady from Alabama if she would go back. I want to ask you a question. If you would go up now while these folks are coming. Yes, you do. Well, I mean, you know,
sure.
if you know whatever we're paying you, we're doubling it.
Okay, good.
Don't spend it.
It was
Don't
a
spend
groovy
it all
lunch,
in
yeah.
Auburn.
Lunch was great.
Yeah. So
I have to stop at Buc-ee's on the way home.
All right, she said Bucky's now. I got to recollect myself. So did I hear you or the folks from North Carolina had to depart, but did I hear you talking about that your cost per year for providing services about how much?
Currently $20 million a year.
But I mean, on a per person basis, what did you? But maybe it was North Carolina that was.
Theirs was 220, and I'm ashamed to say I remember their number better than mine.
Okay.
I think ours is over the 13-year average, it was $1.50, so 276 maybe. What did I say?
But that's not.
Mandy, help me out here.
That's not the fee. That's the
No.
cost per, and that is a cost per
Person
person well, it's got to be over a period of time.
for the year.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, annually.
Because here's what I'm going to say, and to the gentleman from Sumter County, I'm just trying to get my metrics together here. If I look really quick at what you handed us and your projected numbers, the revenue here, and I extrapolate that, the 1.3 million, 57%, divide that out, I get a $2.4 million budget for you. You said you're about 100,000 people, so we're spending about that or more on a next gen system. So
In certain ways, yes, you may be.
well, that's what I was going. So I'm just going to, as we
is
sit here today, I want us to think about the fact that moving some of this old technology, while we may have to spend some money to get in, it may actually save us on operational costs. And that's just what I wanted to make sure I had the number. I don't want to look, too rosy at the picture, but sure. It's not a train coming at us from both sides. And I just wanted to make sure I had those numbers right with you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. That's awesome.
My only other thing that I would say is you really need to be looking at those types of things whenever you evaluate your proposals from your vendors.
Oh, yes, and for the vendors sitting in the room, I want them to know they will be evaluated.
Good. Take your time.
Not by me, but by those people that have been working hard for us in the 911 area for years. Mr. Woodward.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak for just a few minutes. My name is Barry Woodward, for those who don't know me. I've been in public safety for 53 years. I started out right out of high school working for the DeKalb County Police Department. Spent 30 years there, retired as the 911 director 23 years ago, and then went to work for the City of Decatur Police Department. So I'm one of your 17 city people that run their own 911 center that you heard about. And I've been there for right at 20 years. I retired full-time 2 years ago, and now I'm back part-time with them as a technical services manager. So I deal with all the equipment side of things now. Most of everything that I had in mind has been said already. We run a small agency within the city of a nighttime population of about 27.5. But because we are the county seat for DeKalb County, we have a population anywhere during the weekday of 75 to 100,000 people, depending on what's going on in the courts and the commission meetings and the businesses that come through and everything else. But we only get what is part of the residential part, and that has to do with, again, cell phone devices and everything else. And I get the same questions everybody else gets. Why can Uber find us, but you can't when somebody calls from a cell phone? Technology's gotten a lot better. I remember when I first went to work for DeKalb, there was no such thing as 911. 1976 is when that came along for the DeKalb County Fire Department. And then in 1978, DeKalb took over the entire 911 system for public safety, to which it's in that same mode today: police, fire, EMS, public safety, animal control. For Decatur, we dispatch police and fire, and we depend on DeKalb for ambulance service, but we do send the fire department on every medical call we have, because they have trained paramedics and EMTs to catch the first responder part. The equipment side of things with Next Gen 911 is critical to everyone. It enables us to be able to find people faster. It enabled us to upgrade, again, 50-year-old technology that was brought up with copper wire, which the telephone companies, by the way, are telling us now they're going to do away with it. It's gone. They're not installing anymore. And we ourselves, for the city of Decatur, even though we're a small agency, most of our budget is taken up with salaries and maintaining equipment. At the same time, we are in the process of changing out the copper to fiber to be able to move to ESInet as soon as is possible and feasible to do. Being able to fund that is going to be a challenge. It always is, especially in a small municipality. And even though there are tax dollars that come in from DeKalb to Decatur, they're not earmarked for any of the 911 system. That's all basically set for what we do, and then the rest comes out of the general fund. So I support what everybody else has been saying here about the funding for Next Gen 911, and we do need that. We do need to do whatever is necessary to, number one, make sure that we can find the people who call 911, but to also make sure our citizens are safe. And I'll entertain any questions if I can.
Are there questions? Yes, sir.
So you said y'all dispatch, but you'd mentioned DeKalb. Do y'all have your own PSAP?
We have our own
as well?
PSAP, yes. We have, it used to be, back in the day, it was DeKalb and Decatur. Now it's DeKalb, Decatur, Dorville, and Chamblee. There's two others. But Decatur's had it for as long as I can remember. It was before I was the 911 director, even in DeKalb.
Okay. And I know you're doing technical side of stuff now. Do you have any idea on the budgetary aspects, what amount it covers with the 911 fee?
The last budgetary number I had to do with a couple of years ago, it was about 35% that was covering everything else. We have 12 operators that cover 4 different teams 24 hours a day. So it only covers about 30%. The rest is done by equipment and all. And it's just the way the city sets the budget up.
So is that 35% of your budget's covered by the 911 fee, or 35% goes towards?
No, 35% of the budget's covered by 911 fee.
Okay. All right. And just for clarity, you work for the city of Decatur.
Right.
But you live at Jackson Lake in Butts
Yes,
County.
sir, right across the street from you.
In the best house, in the best house district in Georgia.
I can stand on my front porch and throw a rock, and it is. So it's, yeah, we just moved to Butts County about 6 months ago to my dad's house down there. So love it. Absolutely love it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate
Thank
you. For the record, the chair will not recognize any more of Chairman Crow's friends today. We're needing to move along. No, as Johnny Alex said, we only have friends and future friends. So we're right there. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Wiley. I failed to say we have about 8 speakers. So if everybody could maybe take 5 or 6 minutes, that'd be good. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Whaley. I'm the 911 coordinator for Seminole County. I also serve as the Southwest Regional Director for Georgia NENA. And if you're familiar with Seminole County, our population is about 9,600, give or take. As a couple of others mentioned earlier, emergency response does not respect county or even state boundaries. Seminole County is in a unique position in that not only do we border 3 counties in Georgia, I also border Houston County, Alabama, Jackson County, Florida, and I found out last month that we share about a 400-foot border with Gadsden County, Florida, in the middle of the lake. And in the past 2 weeks, we have dispatched our volunteer fire department to assist Jackson County with brush fires. Houston County, Alabama also sent firefighters to Jackson County for these same 2 fires. In 2025, over 93% of our 911 calls so far have been wireless calls. While we've always been able to transfer these calls to and from Jackson and Houston counties, when we transfer a call, it's routed as a 10-digit number. The receiving agency does not have the caller's phone number, caller's location, and I can remember numerous times trying to transfer a call on their 10-digit line and getting a busy signal, which is totally unacceptable. It delays the caller into speaking to who they need to talk to, because we have to turn around and retransfer, or there's sometimes the call gets disconnected and we call. If we've got enough information, we'll call and give that other county that information. These challenges underscore the importance of collaboration, communication, and investment in technology and training to ensure that 911 calls are handled efficiently regardless of the jurisdictional boundaries. Ensuring compatibility and seamless integration between these systems is essential for cross-border emergency response. My first step and move into the NG 911 is to do a complete upgrade of my GIS data for the county. I have 2 quotes, just under $100,000, and they're showing about $8,000 annually. There will be unknown initial and recurring costs from EZNet. I don't have a quote or anything from them. And additionally, I'll need to update my call processing equipment at the same time. Seminole County General Funds is already contributing over $400,000 for 911 emergency communications. Actually, the city of Donaldsonville had their own dispatch service up until 2019. When they combined with us, they are equivalently paying the 2 salaries. So they're actually contributing a little over 100,000 of that 400. This $100,000 that I've got a quote for, I don't have that in my 911 fund to begin with, and I don't know where we're going to get the funds to upgrade to EZNet. So state funding or some assistance is going to be very beneficial for us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Chairman Camp.
Take Clint's question, since I don't think he's from Seminole County, right? Okay. That's right. So I'm just curious, what percentage of the 911 fees covers your budget? What percentage of your budget is paid for by the 911 fees?
Total,
if you have a $400,000 budget.
My budget, salaries are the main thing that's paid from the, my 911 budget is $202,000.
$202,000
for the 911, yeah. And then $400,000 for salaries, and then some other things that cover communications, but not necessarily 911.
Okay, so you have a $600,000 budget. Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And do you have any idea how much money comes from the 911 fees that covers that?
We're getting about $15,000 a month.
Okay. So about $180,000. Okay. Of $600,000 budget.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have next Thomas Cisco, Forsyth County. Is that Mandy? Mandy Patak from Baldwin County, and Linda Herman from Crisp County. In that. Maybe you just signed in. You just signed. Okay. All right, now all you quitters, get back up here. All right, so some folks may have just signed in, okay, but I have Thomas Cisco, Mandy, but you may have Linda Herman. No, thanks for being here. It's good. It's time for you to speak. Tell her in your suburb. Sonia Sands.
Yes.
Sonia's not having any part of it either. I mean, you're welcome to speak to us. You don't have to. Okay. All right.
I can't ask her no question though.
Yes, ma'am. And you don't have to stand for questions if you don't want to. I'll hold Chairman back.
She was supposed to be signing a sign-in sheet, not a speaking sheet. My name is Sonia Sands. I'm the 911 director for Butts County in Jackson, Georgia. Thank you for hearing me out today. Yeah, a little bit. I'm responsible for his daughter-in-law. But there was something that was discussed on Friday at the meeting at the Capitol in Atlanta that I just wanted to circle back to. That was kind of a concern for me. I know that it was brought up that there was of thinking about the possibility of AI as far as transferring out non-emergency calls and leaving the emergency calls coming to the 911 centers. So being that 911, we do have a good deal of calls that we do end up having to transfer outside of our center to maybe a surrounding, or even a surrounding to go to their surrounding. We've gotten calls for Riverdale, Georgia from at the Butts County Center and have to connect to Henry County to send them on up. But the concern that I have as far as the thought of AI taking the administrative lines and possibly passing non-emergency calls off is there are times that you can send calls to another agency that the calls don't actually make it to the other agency, because once we transfer out a call from our center, the call disconnects. So if the receiving center doesn't receive that information, then we don't know that they didn't get the call. So I just have a concern with, when you think about possibly replacing personnel, or lowering personnel due to the possibility of AI, I would just say that's just not a feasible solution. And also, AI doesn't have the ability to be compassionate or show empathy. So even whether it's 911 or a non-emergency line, every person wants their situation to be addressed, and I think it helps that is by a human. So.
And I know you have a very, I mean, that your comments are very serious and they're taken that way. But since you mentioned AI in that other meeting, you remember there's a move afoot to replace half the Georgia State Senate with AI. No, I'm just kidding. No, I couldn't resist there's a little collegial humor we have with our colleagues over in the Senate. No, your point's well taken. We won't be addressing any of that here today. Seriously speaking, the Senate's doing a lot of other things.
Yes.
We're focusing right on the funding, but I appreciate your comments and I thank you for.
Thank you. And I do just want to say, out of our budget, 37% of our budget is 911 fees, and the rest is on a general fund.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
You bet. So I'm guessing Peggy Lewis doesn't want to speak from, does she? No, she doesn't. All right, so I'm down to that. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Well, we
That seems to be a trend.
That seems to be a trend.
All right, so I'm Mandy Patak. I'm the 911 director for Baldwin County, Milledgeville, Georgia. I can say that 60% of my 911 fees cover my budget. The other 40 is subsidized by government. I do fall under a sheriff. I'm also the state coordinator for the Telecommunicators Emergency Response Task Force. So I've actually been deployed to North Carolina and to Alabama in times of disasters and seen the technologies they have to try to help circumvent that versus when it hits us. So during things like that, seeing firsthand things they've implemented that make things so much better than when we get hit here. Thankfully, it hasn't been as bad, knock on wood, but the benefit of it is amazing, being able to do things like that. So do y'all have questions for me? Again, I thought it was a sign-in sheet.
Chairman Camp has one for you.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for being here today, and thank
you
you for coming up even though you thought it was a sign-in sheet. I worked eons ago part-time for Bill Massey. He's still the sheriff in Baldwin, isn't he?
He's been the sheriff since 1989.
Okay, all right, number one. Number two, are you Tom Patak's daughter-in-law?
Oh my gosh. Yes, ma'am.
Tell him I said hello.
I will
y'all, we've just gotten to know each other good down here. I like Warner Robins.
So I will say too, I know as far as we are concerned, I'm assuming it's everywhere, that we can't tax 911 fees on our government lines, right? Is that something that we can eventually look at as far as our campuses and things like that, like maybe a percentage or no?
We can't, I would let you know that I'm several semesters shy of a law degree when I say this, but I don't believe we can preempt federal law that says we can't do anything with it. Like here we sit in Warner Robins and all the Air Force phones over there, we can't do anything with that. I suppose we could, tax our tax. I'll worry about that when government starts taxing itself, because I think every time government touches money, it's not a good thing. But I hear what you're saying. We have to come up with a sustainable way to fund this upgrade, and that's what this committee's here doing, and we're hearing from folks like you, and that's
I'm good
making
at squeezing blood out of a turnip, so give me a little while.
Be careful what you ask for, ma'am. You may get called back up. Yes, ma'am. I think Chairman Croton, he waves, so we thank you very much for coming up.
Thank you.
All right, before I take us further down the road here, the next and last person I have on the list here that we're going to recognize is Representative Mike Chokas. Do you want to, did you think it was a sign-up sheet as well? No, you're a member. Okay, we'd recognize, he waves. So
He did say, Mr. Chairman, he did say he was in favor of the AI replacing half the Senate.
All right, just so y'all know, if you can't cut that out of the tape, I was kidding, Lieutenant Governor. I just kidding over there. No, we have, this concludes our public comment on this, our second meeting. Our third meeting is scheduled in Savannah, 16th, October 16th. The agenda will be forthcoming for that. And as we close up today, I'm going to do as we did last time. Chairman Kemp, do you have anything you want to add just in closing, and then I'll go to Chairman Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank everyone who participated today, because even though I have some background in being a 911 operator, understanding how everything is funded in our state and the impact it has on each individual municipality and community is huge. I really appreciate Leah coming from Alabama and everyone coming from North Carolina to share how they were able to achieve NG 911. And that's why we're here. We're trying to figure out how to fund it. And it's abundantly clear that 159 counties are very diverse. They're diverse in their size, they're diverse in their infrastructure, they're diverse in a lot of metrics that we're going to take into account. But every person who has spoken has enriched me and helped me understand more fully the complexity of the daunting task we've been asked to do. And I would just like to thank everyone for their participation.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to echo what Chairman Camp said. Really appreciate everybody being here, especially those of you, not just for being here, but for what you do back at home and in my county and our other counties as well, and the service you provide to the public. It was mentioned earlier, and I can't remember who it was, but they talked about communication officers being first responders, and that is very much the case. And so, like Chair Lady Camp said, I've sat in the seat. It's been a mighty long time, but what y'all do is invaluable to the people calling 911 and those of us on the other end of the radio. So thank you for doing that. This has been, it's been very informative. I think we've gotten a lot of information. I hope we'll continue to get some more at our next meeting in Savannah. But I think the one thing that we're all committed to and that we've decided and it's proven out is that it is past time for us to get Next Gen 911 implemented in Georgia. And although the downside is that we're behind some of our neighbors in doing that, the positive to that is that they are so generous with their time and expertise to come from Alabama and North Carolina to share with us so we can learn from some of the things that they've experienced going through it. And we really appreciate you being here and bringing that to kind of help us, knock some of the edges off as we go through this process and use some of what you've learned to benefit us. So appreciate you coming very much. And thanks everybody for being here.
Chairman Crow, and before we end, I want to thank Sam Teasley and Daniel Steele at the Technical College System of Georgia that helped us facilitate getting the room today and being able to come here to Warner Robins for this, and thank all of our speakers that came, some voluntary, some called upon. Felt like you were in a Baptist church for a minute. You're being called to the front to tell us what we need to be thinking about, and that's very important. Seriously, I kidded Doug and DJ earlier from ACCG and GMA, but I truly believe that their participation is going to be key to this, representing our cities and counties. This is not a state thing, it's not a city thing, it's not a county thing. Somebody said, and I think it was said more than that, and that people are willing to pay for various things, and you're willing to stay at home and pay for have the pizza delivered. You're willing to do this. Georgians are willing to pay for this service. We'll find a fair and reasonable and sustainable way to do it in order to deliver for the folks. Because It's not state money, it's not city money, it's not county money, it's not 911 money, it's the folks' money, and we've got to deliver a service for them. And I'm just really grateful for our speakers, both on the agenda and the ones that signed up that came and helped us get our hands around it. From Alabama and from North Carolina, we appreciate you guys. You were leaders and pioneers in it, and we're going to use what you learned for our implementation. Always, I thank the JICA staff for being supportive of us and putting the number together. Michael for helping us put our agenda together. We've got work to do yet. We're still gathering information, but I promise you we're going to get something done for the people of Georgia, and it's going to be largely because of the testimony we've heard at the last two meetings and the information we get. Because I've been at the Capitol for a while, and I am convinced that the best ideas come from outside the building, not inside the building. They come from people like you all, and I appreciate it, and we're going to take your ideas and we're going to take your thoughts. We're going to take them back to our leadership in our body, and we're going to work with the folks across the hall in the Senate and the governor's office. We're going to make this happen for the folks in Georgia because of people like you. With that, I thank you again. I wish everybody safe travels home, whether it's near or far, and we look forward to seeing some or all of you in Savannah on October 16th. If there's nothing further before the subcommittee, we'll stand adjourned. No objections, we'll be adjourned.